2, check 1, 2. Give him a choice.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our January 28th, 2024. I'm sorry, 25. Yeah, we're going to start with the old business first, Chris. 2025 Code Enforcement Board hearing. At this time, I ask that all of you silence your devices. Everyone who's in line for the inspector, can you please have a seat? We have to begin.
New member.
If you wish to speak at today's proceedings, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings? Yes. Thank you. You all may be seated. Board.
Good morning, everyone. This is the volunteer board. We're here to listen, and I hope you've talked to all the inspectors and you communicate very clearly. I would like to introduce our new person, August, at the very left. Thank you very much. And then Don, Carlos, Bill, Alexander, Terry, and Justin, and myself as Chris. Thank you very much.
Also, the people who I told that we have to start, they were specifically waiting for the inspectors. If you have not signed in, please stand in line to do so. You must be signed in to speak at today's proceedings. Our first case is an old business case on page 13. Senior Inspector Jose Saragusti. Property address 1315 Southwest 22nd Terrace. Owner William Joseph Cooper III, Katira Nicole Smalls. Case number BE 2404-0142. This case was first heard on 9/24/24 to comply by 12825. One section at $50 per day. Order recorded, not complied. Notice posted at the property on 12/4/24. Posted at 1 Eastborough Boulevard, 1/4/25.
Good morning. Inspector Saragusti, on behalf of the city, presenting the case as read. The case is not compliant. I will let the respondent to speak.
Your name again?
William Cooper.
Okay.
So first of all, I apologize. I wish to clear this up.
Wait, is the mic on? Is it red?
Okay, that better? Yeah, there you go. All right, so yeah, like I said, I apologize for not clearing this up before this meeting. I had intended to, but it just didn't work out that way. So I actually applied for the permit for the kitchen addition, which is the violation, but it was my mistake that I applied for the wrong type of permit, and so we've kind of been in limbo from that. I have since applied for the correct type of permit for the issue, and I'm waiting for it to be reviewed. I would like an extension, please, if you guys don't mind. Just get a little more time to clear this up.
The city doesn't oppose to 56-day extension.
Do I have a motion, please?
Second motion. I move that we go for a 56-day extension.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Do all agree? Say aye.
Aye.
Anybody disagree? It passes.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
It passes.
Our next case is on page 20, Senior Inspector Jorge Martinez. Property address, I'm sorry, page 16, sorry. Property address 139 Southwest 21st Way. Owner Jeanette Then. Case number BE 2309-0199. This case was first heard on 7/30/24 to comply by 9/24/24. One section at $50 per day. Order recorded, not complied. Notice posted at the property on 12/4/24, posted at 1 East Broad Boulevard, 1/14/25. There's one extension noted.
Wait.
Good morning. Building Inspector Martinez on behalf of the city, case number and address as read. Case is not in compliance. City is requesting for the case to come back as a MASI, and I'm going to let the respondent speak.
Good morning. She's the owner of the property, Janet Tenchanlate, and the sister, Diana Tenchanlate, or Diana Palermo, my marriage last name.
So you're speaking as
Yes, my sister will speak
Sister.
on my behalf.
okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
I took over the permitting issues because the contractors were just bouncing her in and out and for a year. So I've been working on her plans and her appraisals and the electrical permit, and everything has been submitted to the city. Last night they sent me an email that they needed the E1 plan. I already uploaded it this morning. So everything is in the city, just awaiting approval.
Inspector?
So they have been in communication constantly with me. It's been a long, long time. So I'm going to let the board decide.
Do I have a motion?
Second.
Everyone agree, say aye. Aye. Anybody disagree? That's it.
Thank you.
And so it
Thank you
passes.
so much.
It
Thank you.
passes with an extension. 56 days.
Case, Senior Inspector Jorge Martinez on page 15, property address 200 South Birch Road, number 906. Owner, Lutfi in Aden. Case number BE 2308-0198. This case was first heard on 5/28/24 to comply by 7/30/24, 200 South Birch Road. One section at $50 per day, order recorded, not complied. Notice posted at the property on 12/10/24. Notice posted at 1 East Broad Boulevard, 1/14/25. There are two extensions noted.
Inspector Martinez on behalf of the city, case number and address as read. The case is not in compliance. I'm going to let the respondent speak.
Hello, my name is Federico Hernandez. I'm one of the contractors. He's the gentleman Lufti, he's the owner. So since the last time that we were here, we had to submit all the permitting and all the plans because they bought the property with a violation already. So since that time to today, we have submitted everything, all the plans. The only thing that is stopping us is a fire stop penetration through the penetration fire stop system that the architect, he didn't draw it well on the plans, so we need to do that correction, and that's pretty much what we need to do in all the permits that we already submitted in the plans.
Okay, Inspector?
Okay, so this case wasn't originally mine, and they have been in contact with me. Now, it's a case from 2023.
So you have not been in contact with the inspector?
Yes, they have. Yes, they have, yes.
Yes, and even with the before inspector, we have Alejandro before, but there was asbestos in the apartment. We had to go through like a long, long process, but we got everything already.
So what I hear is you bought the property with all the problems?
Yes, they
and you
bought
did
the
not
property.
know it?
They didn't know anything about it.
Okay, do I have a motion?
I have a question real quick.
Yes.
When were those permits submitted?
They were submitted about 6 months, something.
And you just got the approval for them?
For basically all of them, but they were like pending from the master, and the master is not getting approved because the through penetration fire stop system on the shower, top to shower conversion.
Okay,
Did you have a question?
no.
56 days.
You got to talk it into the,
I move for a 56-day extension.
Second.
all agree, say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? 56-day extension has been approved. Thank you.
Our next case is on page 20. Senior Inspector Jorge Martinez, property address 1474 Southwest 19th Ave. Owner Daniel J. Adams. Case number BE 2404-0112. This case was first heard on 9/24/24 to comply by 128/25. One section at $50 per day. Order recorded, not complied. Notice posted at the property on 12/4/24. Notice posted at 1 East Broad Boulevard, 114/25.
Daniel Adams
Wait,
on
wait.
that.
He gets to talk first.
Gotcha.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of the city, case number address as read. Case is not in compliance. I'm going to let the respondent speak.
Daniel Adams, I'm the owner. So I've been speaking with Jorge. I have my permit submitted. I'm waiting for approval. I have a demolition company and the plans drawn up to demolish the allotted part of the driveway that is under code. So the minute I get approval, I'm ready to move forward. So I'm just requesting a 56-day extension just to get to that point.
Inspector,
Yes, the city doesn't object on the 56-day extension.
I have a motion.
Make a motion for 56-day extension.
Second?
Second.
All approve, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody disapprove? No. It approves 56-day extension approved.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 23. Senior Inspector Jorge Martinez, property address 1301 Northwest 7th Terrace. Owner, Robin D. Cooper, case number BE 23120073. This case was first heard on 5/28/24 to comply by 7/30/24. One section at $50 per day. Order recorded, not complied. The city is requesting to impose fines of $2,750, which continues to accrue. Notice posted at the property on 12/5/24. Notice posted at 1 East Broad Boulevard, 114/25. There's one extension noted. This is a maxi hearing.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of the city, case number and address as read. I'm going to let the respondent speak.
Yes. Originally, when
Wait. Name in relation to the property.
I'm sorry. Robin Cooper, and owner of the property.
Thank you.
When I first got the first one, I went and did all the paperwork. However, I have it here. Where I sent it to, never did get. So the next time I came up, you gave me another extension, which I am in the process of having taken care of everything. Need to go today to pay for the permit for the gate, which I will do today, and I will be caught up. And I'm asking that if there's an extension needed, that I get that. And if it's possible, if I could have the $2,000 waived or help some type of assistance with it. But I am at the end of the process right now, have all the paperwork, and I just need to go and give them the money for the permit today.
Have you been in communications with the inspector?
I have not, because the way my job works, it's almost impossible with the company so short of help that when I call, I'm not getting the answer. When I get off from work, he is done. No, I have not been in contact with him.
Inspector?
Okay, she already applied for the permit. It's for a fence, metal fence. So the city would recommend a 56-day extension and to stop the fines.
We can't do both at once.
Do motion. I need a motion, please.
I move for a 56-day extension. We can't do anything about fines until they're actually.
No, but we can stop the
Take
We
fines.
can
place.
stop the accrue.
Pardon me?
We can stop the fines from
From
accruing.
accruing. Okay, I move for a 56-day extension and stop the fines from accruing.
Second.
Thank you so much.
All agree, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
Aye.
One
If you
opposed.
get
It passes.
Get it done,
It passes.
get that moving.
56-day extension and stop the fines.
Our next,
Thank you.
oh,
Yeah, sure.
sorry. Our next case is on page 16. Property address 807 Southwest 25th Street. Owner Brian McSwain. Case number BE 2403-0004. This case was first heard on 7/30/24 to comply by 9/24/24. One section at $50 per day. Order recorded, not complied. Notice posted at the property on 12/4/24. Notice posted at 1 East Broad Boulevard, 114/25. There's one extension noted.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of the city, case number and address as read. Case is not in compliance. Permits have been applied. The city is requesting for a 56-day extension.
If you want to talk.
Oh yeah. Brian McSwain, I am the property owner. I just want to thank George for giving me an extension, and I got the permit pulled. I have to make some corrections. I didn't know what I have to do. I'm not a very smart person. So.
No, you're a very smart person, and just keep talking to the inspector.
Yes, ma'am, I will. I appreciate everything.
I move for a 56-day extension.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All agree, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? 56-day extension.
Thank you.
Thank you. Agreed.
Our next case is on page 4. It's a new business case. Senior Inspector Jose Saragusti, property address 1227 Northwest 3rd Ave. Owner Rudy E. Navari. Case number BE 24050169. Notice posted at the property on 12/5/24. Notice posted at 1 East Broward Boulevard, 11425.
Pictures, guys.
Okay. Inspector Saragusti, on behalf of the city, presenting the case as read. I received a case from email regarding this property for new kitchen and new AC 2023 under section 105 for work without permit. The case was open in May. The case was open in May 18, 2024. Inspection report was mailed on May 31st, 2024. Final notice was mailed on July 19, 2024. And notice of hearing was mailed on September 27, 2024. No application in process at this time. We are asking the board to find that the violation exists to grant the property owner 56 days to come in compliance or a fine of $50 per day thereafter. I will let the respondent to speak.
Hi, thank you. Hi, my name is Rudy Navarra. I am the owner. I bought the property actually like this, and it's when I received the notice, it was the first time I had heard that the studio addition, that the kitchen addition to the studio had been in violation, and I'm happy to actually comply. I've gotten to hire an engineer already, drawn up some plans already to actually bring it back to a 1988 permit code, which I think is the last permit that actually got approved for that studio. And I just need time to just find a contractor. That's been hard to find a contractor. But I am my wish is just to bring it into full compliance and to meet what the inspector is saying.
So I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So when you bought the property, no one disclosed that there was no permits on any of that property?
No,
so
I
your
went
title
back.
company, nor your realtor, nor anybody disclosed it? Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
And are you in communication with the inspector?
I have been in communication with him, actually not so much, but we exchanged actually a couple emails and a contractor actually did reach out.
Perfect. That's a big connection, is to
Got it.
keep in contact with him. He'll make your life so much easier. Do I have a motion?
Thank you, Inspector.
You're welcome.
I move that we find that the city in violations just as alleged that we owe property owners come into compliance by
325.
March 25th.
Or fine of $50.
Fine of $50 per day for violation of the postal report.
Second.
Do I have a second? All agree, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
Oppose.
I have one opposed. Okay. Yeah, get it done.
Sorry, I didn't understand.
You have 56 days. There is no fine unless you stop working. So the most you need to do is keep working with the inspector and get the job done.
Great. Great, actually. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
Carlos. Carlos, did you oppose?
Yes.
I don't
Our next case is on page 6. Senior Inspector Jose Saragusti, property address 1810 Northeast 16th Terrace. Owner Michael D'Alessio, case number BE 24080046. Notice posted at the property on 12/11/24. Posted at 1 Eastboro Boulevard, 11425. This is a new business case. (1810) Northeast 16th Terrace. Okay.
Inspector Saragusti, on behalf of the city, presenting the case as read. I received the case from an email regarding this property for renovation of bathroom and kitchen, a new AC and gravel in front of the property. The property was cited by Florida Building Code 2023 under Section 105.1 for work without permit. The case was opened on August 5, 2024. Inspection report was made on August 28, 2024. Final notice was mailed on August 28, 2024, and notice of hearing was mailed on November 1st, 2024. Permit for gravel are awaiting from since September 2024. At this time, there is no permit in process for the bathroom and kitchen or AC, the air conditioner replacement. We are asking the board to find that the violation exists, to grant the property owner 56 days to come in compliance or a fine of $50 per day thereafter. I will let the respondent to speak.
Good morning. My name is Dan Sifler. I'm the attorney for the owner. I've helped him with some other properties. This is exactly what happened before. This is a Zillow violation. The prior owner and the real estate agent wrote new bathroom, new AC. My client buys it. It goes through the title process, clears title, he gets it, and then we get a code violation. For instance, with the AC, it said new pool equipment. I hunted down the pool guy, and it was a new pool pump, which didn't require a permit. The AC, the guy who installed it's dead. We're contacting Ream. We're trying to get the paperwork they want. I've been in constant contact with the inspector through this process, making him aware of everything we're doing. We're just asking for that 56 days because we're trying to come into compliance, but we're also dealing with the fact this was all done other than the gravel, which my client didn't realize he couldn't put the gravel on the corner. Other than that, everything was done prior to him buying the house, so we're trying to reinvent the wheel right now.
Congratulations for talking to the inspector.
Yeah. No, we've been in constant contact. He's been terrific through emails and helping us through this process.
Okay, do I have a motion, please?
I move that we find for the city and the violations exist as alleged, and that we order the property owners to come into compliance by March 25th, 2025, and a fine of $50 per day per violation will be imposed and recorded.
Second.
I have a second. All agree, say aye. Anybody opposed? 56 days and
Get her done.
yeah, get her done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 14. Senior Inspector Jose Saragusti, property address 3000 East Sunrise Boulevard. Owner Carlton Tower Condo Association, Inc. Case number BE 23080095. This case was first heard on 1/30/24 to comply by 3/26/24. One section at $50 per day. Order recorded, not complied. The city is requesting to amend the 7/23/24 comply by date from 7/23/24 to 7/30/24. Notice posted at property on 12/11/24. Posted at 1 Eastboro Boulevard, 11425. There are 2 extensions noted.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Name and relation, please.
My name is Robert Dane.
I'm sorry.
Oh, here we
My
go.
mistake.
It's your last day.
My name is Robert
Wait,
Dean.
wait, wait.
Oh,
Hold
he
on a
has to
second.
talk first. Okay.
Inspector Saragusti, on behalf of the city, presenting the case as read. The case is not comply. There is a building permit in process. I will let the respondent to speak.
Now it's your turn.
Now I can go. My name is Robert Dean. I am the unfortunate president of the Carlton Condominium Association. And like you, I'm volunteering. We've been into this for 17 months now. You all were nice enough to give us a 6-month extension the last time. I won't go through all the details, but recently we were told that we should have pulled 40 permits instead of just one permit for each door. That was the solution to our problem. We're talking about 3 studs and 2 pieces of sheetrock. It took us literally 6-8 months to get the engineering drawings, partly because our engineer, unfortunately, his wife had to have a leg amputated and he wasn't in the office for 3.5 months. Right now where we're hung up is with the floodplain. We were told that we needed to provide either a elevation certificate or an appraisal of the property. So we provided first the appraisal. The system couldn't handle it because it was 32 pages long. We contacted for 2 weeks the system administrators and everything else. And finally, in desperation, we took the appraisal down to the building department, a copy of it, and gave it to them. And a couple of days later, they notified us that they had lost it. So we sent them an electronic copy. And we've been talking back and forth. And they're really nice people. But the problem we have right now is what we were told is the building does not have an appraisal in the appraiser's office because the building doesn't get appraised. It's the individual unit. This is an 18-story building. Right. Our appraisal was done for the insurance company. Right. The building is appraised at about $30 million. And with the ACV on it's probably 25. And apparently what they're looking for is an appraisal of the building that tells us that it's...
Everyone else, please stop talking, or at least quiet. Thank you. Go ahead.
What they're telling us is that they want to make sure that our improvements are not going to exceed the 50% rule of the building. It's an 18-story building. It's a $25 million building. Our appraisal, though, says that it's not for the city of Fort Lauderdale. It's for the insurance company. So it's been rejected. Our elevation certificate has been rejected because we have a pool pump room below the grade, and it's too low, and they didn't fill in a detail on that. But it's accepted by the National Flood Insurance Program. So we're trying to wrestle our way through this. We're trying to find common sense in this, but we're not finding it yet. I have spoken to Mr. Pasquiello, who is very helpful and very nice about it. But right now, as of Friday, we were told that everything's rejected. So I don't know where we're going to go from here. And I hate to ask this, but I'm going to ask you for a 2-year extension at the present rate we're going, because that seems to what seems to be.
I wonder why the pool pump, which has nothing to do with the huge grade to get up to your front door, I'm not an engineer.
I brought the 32-page appraisal with me, and I also brought the elevation certificate with me that I'm more than happy to share with you. But it's, when somebody says to you, you know what, it might be better for you to get 40 permits, 1 for each door, because then we can look on the property appraiser's office and then we can confirm that you're not exceeding the 50% limit on the reconstruction of something. It just...
Inspector, what do you recommend?
I have a question, first of all. So they need 40 separate permits. So this can't be cleared up until all 40 of them are taken care of?
Wait a second. Wait. He wants to speak.
Guys, let's also keep this in perspective that this all this work was done without a permit.
Correct.
Okay?
Oh, yeah.
So we have been, I'm sorry, Joe Pasquarello, Assistant Building Official. So let's begin with that. Unfortunately, the city is governed, is mandated by FEMA to require these appraisals, which, I'm not a big fan of, but unfortunately, FEMA does audit the city and requires that we request audits, request these appraisals for their audits. Again, they applied for the permit as a common area. It's a hallway. It's a kitchen to hallway scenario where 40 units could have pulled the permit individually, or we recommended they do it as one whole, so it could be more economical for them. There's a loophole in that we wouldn't need the appraisal if they were to do it individually. So we're trying to give them an out so we can get around the FEMA requirements. So it's not the city that's, you know, we're just the messenger. So
I get it, but what do you suggest is the answer?
I mean, I would definitely support an extension. He has been doing everything in his power to get this resolved.
Is there any cost thing that the city can help with from the 40 to 1 getting a permit?
No, I don't
could
think.
you work together? I mean, that's
Yeah.
all. Something to talk about.
I mean, I think that what needs to happen is perhaps a sit down with the director and see if we could explore that option.
I got a motion.
Can I have one more thing?
Yes.
Just unfortunately, this isn't the end of this because I've got 40 more doors to go to be finished. So I've got 40 that are under a didn't have the permit, and then I have 40 more that I'm going to have to get a permit for. In the meantime, I'm working with the fire department, and I'm also working with a fire engineer because we have to put a sprinkler system in, and they want these doors out. So
They want the doors removed, closed in.
yeah, the problem is the life safety aspect of this is that if there's a fire in the building and there's no lights, and the firemen, and I've been to fire school, so I can speak on this pretty knowledgeably. If there's a fire in the building and there's no lights, the firemen have to go in and clear the building, make sure that there's no bodies. So they crawl down the floors and they put their hand along the wall. If they get to a door frame, they have to go through. If there's a refrigerator behind that door frame, they're going to start chopping trying to get through that door frame to get to it. So it's going to be a horrific waste of time and endangers everybody's life.
Doesn't it also to keep, if there's a fire in the unit, it's more sustained to that unit?
Not really. I mean, the idea is that the door to the kitchen that is there is a fireproof door.
Right.
So that will contain that aspect of it. The idea is that the fire department wants to have, under the new state law, has to have a sprinkler head inside each door into a unit. Well, you've got a front door, and then 3 feet over, you've got a kitchen door.
Right.
Well, that was an old code. So we're taking these doors out because of the fire aspect of this to make it easier that if a fireman is going through the floor, clearing it, he knows where the doors are and he goes in and he clears the unit. So that's why we're trying to get the doors out of here. And that's the other problem we have is that we got to get this done because we've got to get the sprinkler system in because it's mandated by the state.
Right.
And we have to have the engineering drawings finished. Actually, we have to have them underway, which they are right now. We just spent $18,000 for an engineer to do our fire safety inspections and write the reports. So, I mean, this is a multi-layered problem, and we're stuck at something that I just found out I didn't realize that FEMA is requiring this. But, I mean, I hate to say it, this is starting to look like California now and the problems they have out there. This could go on for years trying to figure out how to get past this problem.
Well, then, I think he's opened the door, and I think this is the direction you need to go in.
Yeah.
And you need to present it as with the fire department so that it can.
We actually had the assistant fire chief went down to the building department and talked to him about our permit.
Maybe you need to be there when they do that.
We're stuck at this appraisal thing. That is the hurdle right now.
But he said to get around it is to do the 40. So that I understand.
So now I'm going to need 128 permits.
I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to move that we extend compliance 175 days to July 22nd. So the gentleman can do what he has to do.
at least you'll be at the right place to have the right meetings to start the process for a ending.
Yeah, give us a progress report.
Okay, do I have everyone approve, say aye? Anybody disapprove? No. It passes, 175 days, which is July 22, 25.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate it. I need it.
Sorry.
Our next case is on page 10. Inspector Jorge Martinez. Property address 1205 Avocado Isle. Owner Karen Lynn Gates. Case number BE 2405-0046. Notice posted at the property on 12/4/24. Posted at 1 Eastboro Boulevard, 11425. This is a new business case.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of the city, presenting case as read. This building has been illegally altered and construction work illegally performed without obtaining the required permits in the following manner, but not limited to a new dock. I reviewed the case on 1/8/2025, at which time I verified the violation remains. The city will request 56 days to comply or a fine of $50 a day thereafter.
Good morning. My name is Matthew Chmer. I'm the agent for a Miss Karen Gates, the owner of the property.
Agent? You're the agent?
I'm the agent for her.
You guys have paperwork?
Yes, I provided
Not a problem. Thank you.
power of attorney. Miss Gates does not live local. She lives in Nevada. She inherited the property when her mother passed away this past August. She was made aware of this violation. She has since obtained an approved building permit to rectify the violation. She's requesting that she gets maybe a 90-day extension to finish the work and no penalties moving forward.
Where are you in the process? Did you get the permit? Is it drawn
She
out?
has the permit. Well, she has approval of the permit from January 17th. She has not paid the permit yet. She's waiting on what the solution is for this violation right here. Pardon me?
Is she waiting for the money for the estate, or where is she? Why didn't
She's just not aware of the process. Once again, she's not local. She's from Nevada.
So are you walking her through it?
Our company's in Jacksonville. We're down here from Jacksonville helping here today. We probably will assist her with the permitting process moving forward.
So you need to talk to the inspector and have this communication.
This will more than likely happen with the owner versus us, depending if she just hired us on Friday. If she hires us to continue on this project with her, then obviously we will.
But
She is. She's waiting to see what the. Pardon me? Once again, she just hired us Friday.
Okay, inspector?
yes, they already applied for the permit and it's ready for pickup. They only have to pay.
From July?
So, in January.
January?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the 56 days to comply is more than enough.
I have a motion.
Yeah, it's new business.
I move that we find for the city and the violations exist as alleged, and that we order the property owners to come into compliance by March 25th, 2025, or a fine of $50 per day per violation will be imposed and recorded.
Second.
All agree, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody oppose? Tell her she has 56 days, but the best way is to be in communication with the inspector.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Justin, was that you that seconded that?
It was
Avocado.
Justin.
Yeah, thank you. Our next case is on page 23. Senior Inspector Jose Satagusti. Property address 1440 Southwest 30th Street. Owner Rodriguez Ferrero Investments, Inc. Case number BE 2308-0390. Notice posted at the property on 12/4/24. Posted at 1 Eastboro Boulevard, 11425. This case was first heard on 5/28/24 to comply by 7/30/24. Two sections at $50 per day. Order recorded, not complied. The city is requesting to impose fines of $5,500, which continues to accrue. There's one extension noted.
Or Massey.
Inspector Saragusti, on behalf of the city, presenting the case as read. The case is not comply. I will let the respondent to speak.
Hi, good morning. We are the new owners of this property. My name is Luis Garcia. And
my name is Julian Ortega. They hire a company to provide the construction documents. We already sent the new plans to the city.
so we bought the property in September 27, so we are the new owners of that property, and we want to do the things right. So we already submit the plans, and we are asking for 60 days more for finish the plans.
And are you speaking with the inspector?
Yes.
Yes.
Inspector, your opinion?
The city doesn't oppose to 56-day extension and stop the fines.
Stop the fine.
I have a motion, please.
56-day extension.
Second.
Stop the fine.
You got to do the fines, Bill.
I move for a 56-day extension. And stop the fines. And stop the fines. Oh, and hold the fine. Second.
Okay, I have a second. All agree, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Anybody opposed? No. 56 days, stop the fine, and Terry seconded.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 19. Senior Inspector Jorge Martinez. Property address 208 Southwest 21st Way. Owner Taylor Gonzalez. Case number BE24080077. Notice posted at the property on 12/4/24. Posted at 1 East Broward Boulevard, 11425. This case was first heard on 9/24/24 to comply by 128/25. Two sections at $50 per day. Order recorded, not complied.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of the city, case number and address as read. Case is not in compliance. I'm going to let the respondent speak.
Good morning. My name is Luis Gonzalez, and this is Taylor Gonzalez, the owner of the home. I'm helping him get this passed through and get done. He got it a while ago, and it was complicated. He tried to hire contractors and people, and a lot of them just took this money and never did anything, and some pulled permits and then disappeared. So I started helping him in November. So he's got 6 different items that are being done. All of them being worked on from a permit standpoint. We have 4 or 5 of the permits submitted. We're waiting to get 2 more because we are going to have to get some drawings for. So what we're asking for is a 56-day extension to get the rest of those permits done, and we feel very confident we'll actually have it done within about 30 to 50 days.
So you've been hearing everyone sit here, and you're talking to the inspector, and you have a relation with the inspector to make this flow faster and easier.
Yes. I've met with them twice, I think, and we've been in contact.
Okay, cool. Inspector, your opinion?
Yes, city won't oppose to a 56-day extension.
I have a motion, please.
I move for a 56-day extension. Second.
All agree, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? It passes. 56
Thank you so
day
much. We
inspection.
appreciate it.
Our next case is on page 6. Senior Inspector Jose Saragusti. Property address 5211 Northeast 26th Ave. Owner Lindsay Elizabeth Lennon. Case number BE24070300. Notice posted at the property on 12/9/24. Notice posted at 1 East Broward Boulevard, 11425. This is a new business case.
Inspector Saragusti, on behalf of the city, presented the case as read. I received this case from email regarding the property for new fence with gate and a new driveway without a permit. The property was sited under Florida Building Code 2023, Section 105.1 for work without permit. This case was opened July 22nd, 2024. Inspection report was mailed on August 28, 2024. Final notice was mailed on August 28, 2024. and a notice of hearing was mailed on November 1st, 2024. There is a permitting process. We are asking the board to find a violation exists and to grant the property owner 56 days to come in compliance or $50 per day thereafter. I will let the respondent to speak.
Good morning. My name is Jason Slatkin. I represent the property owner, Ms. Lennon, who's here with me this morning. As the inspector said, the permitting has been applied for. My client recently acquired the property only to learn that the prior owner did the work unpermitted. We reached out to the prior owner who engaged counsel, and to the prior owner's credit, they promptly took steps to get drawings done and to assist us in the permitting application process. My client did execute everything, but was advised she has to re-execute the temporary structures affidavit, which she's going to do immediately following today's hearing. And I thank the inspector for the recommendation for an extension of 56 days. And we ask for the same.
New business, do I have a motion?
I move that we find for the city and the violations exist as alleged, and that we order the property owners to come into compliance by March 25th, 2025, or a fine of $50 per day per violation would be imposed and recorded.
Second.
I have a second. All agree, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? No. It passes 56 days, and Justin seconded.
Thank you for the extension.
Thank you.
Our next case, Senior Inspector Jorge Martinez. Cases.
What page?
18. Property address 729 Southwest 14th Terrace. Owner, Ion Leviu Cordrea. Excuse me for the pronunciation. Case number CE 2208-0063. Notice posted at the property on 12/4/24. Notice posted at 1 East Broad Boulevard, 11425. This case was first heard on 3/26/24 to comply by 7/23/24. One section at $50 per day, order recorded, not complied. There are 2 extensions noted.
Second floor.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of the city, case number and address as read. Case is not in compliance. City is requesting for the case to come back as a massing. I'm going to let the respondent speak.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ian Codrea. I'm the property owner. I bought this property with some of the problems inherited. Some of it was caused the exact same person who did call the code enforcement. He wanted to stay rent-free, and he got sub-rent, and it's a long story. Anyway, I'm trying to comply with this, and the best solution, after consulting with the engineer and Mr. Dan Rinkus from the city of Fort Lauderdale Planning Development, was to demolish most of it, not exactly all of it. The engineer said that at least 2 or more walls will be strong enough to support the new plans. So I'm working with the city, and basically I did apply for a demolition permit. So the upstairs, the second floor, had been gutted out, enclosed, demolished. The deck that was there, done by these people. However, in order to demolish, to take the roof off, the city, the Rinkus said, don't touch it until you have an approved permit for the new construction. That's because the city doesn't want a sore eye on the property, you know, until that approves. So I even hired a structural engineer. I have all the plans done by a professional architect. Yes, and also done the survey, waiting for the comments. Didn't come on the 14th of January. I saw it's not coming. I hired even a permit runner because I don't want to fall behind with this. I know it's going back and forth for a while, and Mr. Martinez is frustrated. I'm frustrated because of the whole process. We found out that the permit that we applied on 24, it's closed. So they opened a new permit. I can provide you with the permit number. On 24, I called Mr. Martinez, left a voice message. I'm pretty sure he's very busy. He hasn't got back to me. I was going to explain that. And going back to Dan Rinkus from Planning Department, he said this is no reason why it shouldn't be closed, that portion of the violation, because we see it. I already have committed over 15,000 in new plans, everything new. But because of this system glitch, I guess they call it, I have to restart the whole process. They issue a permit. I have a new permit January 2025 this year. And I'm working to get it resolved so I can
feel your frustration.
Okay.
Inspector.
Board, may I chime in a little bit? I mean, keep in mind that this case has been going on for over 2.5 years. It's already received 2 extensions.
Correct.
The city can't possibly support another extension. We just want the board to be aware of that.
Do we have any questions?
I got a question, Inspector. Has the property owner been in contact with you, or do you feel like he's been blowing you off on doing what he should be doing?
No, I haven't really have communication except when we're in the hearing.
This doesn't sound like his.
Well, I haven't checked my messages this morning.
I move for a 56-day extension.
I second that.
The 24th was Friday.
That's when you left the message?
Well, that's what he said, the 24th.
You left a message on Friday?
I even can show you right now my phone that I called on Friday on the 14th. If you want to see it.
No, I believe you.
I can show it right now.
No.
It's right here on the phone.
I have a question. And so, in the 2.5 years since this has started, what improvements or what has been accomplished since that time?
So I applied for a demolition permit. I went and demolished all the inside of that second story, which is basically a roof and an attic. Remove all the back edges. You could see it in the picture. There is no direct access. Nobody can go in there. Nobody lived there. Blocked everything. Everything is enclosed. No electricity, no water, no fire. So that's all been done. And I talked to Mr. Jorge to close the case. He said no, because it's still a second story. Mr. Rinker, he said that's not a reason. They should have been closed. So it's kind of I'm between in a hard place and a rock, so I'm not going to say he's right or the other guy.
It sounds like the city wants to make sure the next permit's in place in case you decide to leave. And I don't think this is entirely your fault. That's why I asked for the extension.
Exactly. The city doesn't want to soar like 2 walls sitting out with empty windows, kids running through there, and be a mess. And
So I have a question.
Yes.
For the mess that is there today, when is it going to be cleaned up?
There is no mess. Everything is closed. Everything is tied, neat, clean.
So,
What's that?
You have the construction fence up?
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
Board, keep in mind, this is a second-story addition that was built without a permit.
right.
So
I remember that. So the question is, what's the next step?
The next step is as soon as I have the approval from the new permits, the next step is to demolish whatever the engineer, the design, they'll stay in place. They'll stay in place. The rest is going to be demolished and reconstruct from there on.
So the city wants a permit, but then again, they don't want to give you the time.
They don't want to give me the permission to demolish.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
I got it.
So if it hadn't fallen through the date line thing and you had to start over, would this have been already demolished and the next step started?
So the inside, it's got a clean, enclosed. It's not raining. It's not getting damaged. The walls right now at this point. The front looks next door to me. The new house is coming up. So basically, the city wants all the permits to be approved for the new construction, and then they say, go ahead, demolish, take it out, cut whatever you need to cut, where you need to be cut, so you can go on with the new building, which is probably going to be a duplex. I have the plans.
What Ms. Everett asked was, had it not been delayed, would that have been done?
If I would have been delayed, if I would have got the permits, I would have been on it.
Okay.
But the city, and like I said, we just found out on the 14th of January that somehow the permit was closed, the new permit. So they reissue another one. So now all the paperwork goes back in again for the second time.
Is there a
I'm
reason
talking
why
about
we
the new
closed it?
permit, the new.
I have to check. I don't. If they close it because there was no movement.
Okay, so I reiterate.
I can provide Mr. Jorge with the new permit number if he wishes. Or
I reiterate my 56-day extension.
Second.
Do I have everyone agree? Say aye.
Aye.
Anybody disagree? You have 56 days, but I don't think it's going to last after that.
No, I don't. I'm not
it's
sure.
basically up to the city to go through it. I don't know what to do to make it faster. I'm here to work, to do it.
Yeah, because I know in the past you had some issues with money, I thought, so because of the tenant and doing all that other stuff. So there's no money to lay in here for your next steps?
No, I'm ready for it. I can do it. It's just to have the permits in place. And one more thing, I have older parents out of the country, and I might be out of the country. They're not doing too well. Can I have my son representing me if I give a power of attorney?
Yes.
In case of something. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
And then have your son also speak to the inspector so that the inspector understands who it is.
I already left a message regardless of that, but I haven't got an answer yet.
It's approved, 56-day extension.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Good luck.
Our next case is also on page 18. Property address 962 Northwest 53rd Street. Owner ACS 960 LLC. Case number BE 221-20016. This case was first heard on 10/24/23 to comply by 11/28/23. One section at $50 per day. Order recorded, not complied. Notice posted at a property on 12/6/24. Posted at 1 East Broad Boulevard, 11425. There are 6 extensions noted.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of the city, case number and address as read. Case is not in compliance. City is requesting for the case to come back as a massing. And this case was opened on December 22.
22.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Name?
My name is Jordan Brown. I'm here on behalf of ACS 960 LLC. I'm the property manager. We want this done as much as everybody. The reason why we don't have the permit, it's not for lack of trying. And I actually have the contractor that was hired to get this permit, so maybe he can expand a little bit on what the back and forth is. I mean, we got notice. We have comments back as recent as I believe the 24th, which was Friday. So from everything that I'm seeing, and the contractor could back us up, we're at the goal line. So
Refresh our mind, why interior wall being built?
So it is it's an industrial building. It's an industrial building. They built a studio on the interior of the building.
The tenant did or the owner?
The tenant did, yeah. So this was done by the tenant. Obviously, us as the owners are responsible. Once we found out, we immediately contacted them. The tenants then hired DeAndre over here, and we've been working. Our first permit that we actually applied for was voided because after many months of going back and forth, apparently it was the wrong permit. So it was a commercial alteration permit that was canceled out, and now a general building permit took its place in July of last year. So that's the one we've been most recent.
Is this a fire issue?
He could probably expand more on that, but yeah, it was a fire issue. From everything going on with the permit right now, I believe we passed zoning, we passed building, we passed pretty much everything with the exception of mechanical. There's a calculation needed, which was the last note we just got.
And the tenant's still using the space?
The tenant's still in business?
The tenant is using the space, yes.
Oh, they have a good time.
Okay, inspector?
Yes.
Contractor?
Hi, my name is DeAndre Redmond. So,
Moment, sir. You didn't sign in.
Oh.
Yeah. He was asked to sign in, and he didn't.
Why didn't you sign in?
Yeah.
because I know I'm going to speak or not, but just.
Oh, then you can't speak, sorry.
So just basically, we need energy cows. The energy cows for the situation.
It's basically, we're down to a mechanical note that we just received on Friday for the energy counts for an AC.
And I see that you did speak to the inspector, so that you have that relationship.
Yes, I'm in contact with him.
Inspector,
Well,
your opinion?
At this moment, I don't think the city is going to recommend the extension. It's been gone for so long, and if they comply, we can come back and check on the fines.
Makes sense.
And Chair, if I could, Rhonda Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. I would just reiterate that we are absolutely opposed to an extension. This is an interior wall. You could build a high-rise within the time frame that it has taken to try to permit an interior wall. And even if an extension isn't granted and it comes back as a Massey, as suggested by the inspector, it still, in essence, gives the property owner that 2 months to come into compliance. So we would like to stand firm that it come back as a Massey.
So you guys understand, if it goes in as a Massey today, they still have the time.
I would look just like that. It's not as simple as a wall. There's obviously electrical build. I don't know what the actual violation states. I forgot what it was, but it's more than a wall. So in all fairness, again, the reason why we don't have an approved permit, it's absolutely not for lack of trying. I mean, you can see all the work that's been done to try to obtain this.
He's not supposed to be there.
I'm sorry?
He's not supposed to be there with a business and office like that. I mean, that's really what the crux of this is.
I believe the BTR was approved, actually. So they have an active BTR. It's not like they're working without. I mean, if they have to get out of there until we get this permit done, or whatever it is, I mean, that's, as the property manager, if that's what we have to do, that's what we have to do. We try to work with them. They're trying to do the right thing. We want to give them a chance to do that. And again, this is not for lack of trying. You could see by the notes and everything that's been going on through the permit, which I'm sure you guys have access to pull up.
May I have a
Move for Massey.
which means we don't do anything, which means you still have 56 days, and then, then they, so you have time.
So just to clarify, so the 56 days,
Is the Massey period.
okay, do fines accrue during that period?
Yes.
Okay. And there's no way to reconsider based off what we've been doing? I mean, I wish somebody would definitely look at the...
If you fix it, it goes away.
So if we fix it by the Massey, those fines that were accruing in that time would go away?
It would come up at that time.
It would come up at that time, and we would consider what to do, but most likely, we only do administration.
Okay. So 56 days till that hearing.
In other words,
essentially.
start working on it today.
Yeah, no, I mean, 56 days should be more than enough. Like I said, we are right there. It's just,
That's what they want. They're just pushing you to get it done.
we want it done as more than anybody. But thank you. Appreciate
you.
it.
Go ahead, Terry.
Our nenext case is at the top of page 23. Property address 181 Southwest 37th Terrace, case number BE 231-20079. Owner Tammy Ann C. and Analdo C. Estime. Notice posted at the property on 12/4/24. Posted at 1 East Broad Boulevard, 11425. This case was first heard on 5/28/24 to comply by 7/30/24. One section at $50 per day, order recorded, not complied. City is requesting to impose fines of $2,750, which continues to accrue. There's one extension noted.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of the city, case number and address as read. The case is not in compliance. I'm going to let the respondent speak.
I had hired somebody.
Name, relation to the
I'm the
property.
owner. Arnaldo, the owner.
You are who?
Arnaldo Esteem, the owner.
The owner, okay.
Yeah, I had hired somebody to get the permit, never did. I applied for the permit, and I'm just waiting for it to get approved.
You applied?
Yes, I applied.
Have you talked to the inspector?
Yeah. I was on the phone with him. He was trying to get it approved before the case, but he never got approved.
When did you apply for the permit?
About 2 weeks ago. Because I had hired somebody to do it. I thought they did it. They never did it. So I ended up doing it myself.
It's a new fence. Do you have an opinion?
It's a wood fence, and it's a Massey. So I will recommend a 56-day extension and to stop the fines.
Okay, do I have a motion?
What did you say you would?
Yes.
It's a wood fence.
I move for a 56-day extension.
Second.
Do I have a second?
I move for a 56-day extension and to stop the fines.
Yes. So, and I have a second?
Well, we have, Bill has to take his off.
Oh, yeah, Bill, you have to
Bill,
say.
you have to take yours off.
I move for a 56-day extension and stop the fines from
Okay.
accruing.
Second. All those in favor?
Do I have a second?
A second. All right, to oppose.
Do all approve?
Yes.
Anybody oppose? Did anybody oppose?
I have a question for you, if I might, even though it's all decided. Who's doing the pool? The same guy that's supposed to pull a permit?
There's no pool. There's no pool.
I thought it was a pool. I'm sorry.
There is no
It's a
pool.
fence.
It's just a wood fence.
Just a fence.
So it's approved, 56-day extension, and the fines have been stopped.
Get it done.
Anything else?
You're going to need a survey, right?
Yeah, we did all that. Everything got sent in. I had to hire a fence guy I found on Facebook, but and that happened.
Good luck.
Look.
Board, the city, we're taking a 5-minute recess. Thank you.
Excuse me?
Thank you, everyone. We will now resume our Code Enforcement Board hearing. In our next case, Senior Inspector Jorge Martinez. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. One moment. We're going to go back to page 14. At the bottom of page 14, property address 3000 East Sunrise Boulevard.
I need a motion.
Case number BE 23080095.
I move.
We need a motion.
Sorry. Yeah, I'll move to the 7/23/24 comply by date from 7/23/24 to 7/30/2024.
Second.
So I have a second. All agree, say aye.
Aye.
Passes.
Thank you. And good catch, Madam Chairwoman. Our next case is on page 18, Senior Inspector Jorge Martinez, property address 651 Northeast 19th Ave. Owner Vincent F. Jr. and Teresa Pyle. Case number BE 23110081. Notice posted at the property on 12/11/24. Notice posted at 1 East Broad Boulevard, 1/14/25. This case was first heard on 5/28/24 to comply by 7/30/24. One section at $50 per day, order recorded, not complied. There are 2 extensions noted.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of the city, case number and address as read. Case is not in compliance. City is requesting for the case to come back as a massing. I'm going to let the respondent speak.
Name and in relation to the property.
Owner.
Okay.
Vincent Pyle.
Okay, go ahead.
So we had a carport built as part of some renovations, and the carport was not part of permits that were pulled for our front porch that had a permit and a sub-permit for electrical. The carport was supposed to be part of those permits, and it was never pulled, and we found out after the fact that our GCs never pulled that permit. So I went to the city and found out what the process is for doing an after-build permit. I went ahead and paid those fees. Turns out that we are, they can't issue it to us yet because we're having a zoning issue. So I've been back and forth with Mr. Martinez quite a bit. He's been helpful in, I've been back and forth with David Dunshee from the building department. And as of right now, it's kind of, it seems to be a setback issue, but we did give the building department or the zoning department an updated survey, a recent survey, the structural engineering drawings and calculations, the elevation certificate. We have been giving them everything that they've been asking for, but as of right now, we're trying to figure out if this setback is going to work with the carport. We have to go, I think, to a variance request.
Mm-hmm.
So we're in the process of that right now. It's just been as like not having a background in like building and pulling permits. It's been kind of an overwhelming process, and I kind of got caught between permitting, zoning, compliance, and I've been talking to a lot of people and trying to figure out how to make the structure.
Hold on one second. I need somebody to stop talking.
They're in the back.
It's sorry. Thank you. Go ahead.
So I'm just trying to figure out what we can do to make the structure legal so that we can keep it, because when zoning asked for the updated survey, and we already had the structural engineer's drawings because it was part of the building and the renovations, it's just been a lot of money, almost $20,000 for this carport, and I'd hate to not be able to keep it and have to pay someone now to come back and tear it down. So I'm just trying to figure out what we can do to keep the carport, which was the only thing he wanted in the renovations.
Okay.
So I guess we need an extension because I'm still working with zoning, and I'm just not to the bottom of it
figuring
yet.
out what the
Yeah,
variance
what the next step is.
procedure. Inspector?
Okay, the only thing here is that this case is from 2023, so it's an old case. I'm going to let the board decide.
Is this going to pass? Is the setback going to make it?
Yeah, is it very?
They're going to be able to get it back.
Wait.
No, that's been the delay. They just are having a hard time accepting the fact that it's in the setback. And so the only other option, which shouldn't take 2 years, the only other option is to get a variance. So there's nothing, it's out of our control.
So
You know,
what is the likelihood of them getting a variance?
very unlikely.
It's what?
It's probably unlikely.
Unlikely. Okay, what's the difference of?
But
if they move
it's an
the-
option that they could explore.
Correct. If they want the carport, if they just make the carport smaller and get the wall in the setback area, could they do that?
Again, I don't know the size of this carport. I don't know if that would defeat the whole purpose because it would make it into a half-car, carport versus a two-car carport. I don't know. Yeah.
Okay, wait a second. Husband wants to talk.
Is that okay?
Oh, yeah.
Can I talk?
You can talk.
Okay.
Yes.
I don't know if it's from 2023 because these renovations, we just moved back in the house 8 months ago.
No, we've been in longer.
9 months ago?
I think the issue is that we were told there was no original survey, and because zoning asked for survey, we did an updated survey. But I think the house from 49 originally had the front door on 7th Street.
Now it's on
Now
19th.
that we own it, it's on 19th Avenue, and we think there may be some issue with what the setback is supposed to be from what the front door was originally versus what the front door is now. So we're just trying to explore that to
because
see.
Right now, part of our actual dwelling is in the setback.
Yeah, our exterior, one of our exterior walls
is actually
on that
in
north
our
side of the
setback.
house. So it doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
So we just need, like, I've been trying to get somebody from zoning to just come to the property and, like, literally show us what, and let them see with us and kind of walk us through if we have options to keep the structure and not, I mean, we're out of money, we can't.
Okay, Joe, what is the time frame for all that if somebody does show up?
So I can speak to at least Board of Adjustment because I sat on that board for over a year. Board of Adjustment.
Wait, who is it?
It's Rhonda.
Sorry, Rhonda Montoya Hassan, City Attorney's Office.
She's in the back there.
The Board of Adjustment process is a pretty quick process, unlike some of our other land use boards. You can get on pretty quickly to discuss a variance. I can't speak for zoning if they come out and do courtesy inspections to look at options on property. I mean, typically, I would imagine that's going to be an architect or an engineer hired by the property owner that's going to look at those options. But again, I don't want to speak for zoning, but as to Board of Adjustment to get on that, it only takes, if you start like, it's February basically, you should be able to get on the March agenda. It's not, a multi-month process to get on Board of Adjustment's docket.
And that would be the variance.
That would be for a variance.
So the variance could, if the variance approves it, let's say they do, then it would be okay with zoning and they could have this permit approved.
Yes. Now, to Joe's point, when I sat and advised that board for about a couple years ago, that composition of that board at that time was pretty against shade structures and carports that were in setbacks. To Joe's point, they would typically deny those. But again, I don't know what the current composition of the board is, and there were certain circumstances where they did approve those variances. But of course, you have to go ahead and apply and go through the process. But it's a pretty quick process, is what I just wanted to bring forward.
We send it to Massey, 56 days, because they're suggesting we send it to Massey now.
Oh, yeah.
No. What do you say?
He wanted to know if we could do an extension.
Oh.
This isn't a messy.
I thought he did say it for Massey.
No, to set it for a messy. To go into messy. Not it is a messy now.
But if we don't say anything, then it goes to Massey.
I mean, I'll move for a 56-day extension.
I would say.
Second.
All approve, say aye. Anybody disapprove?
I oppose.
But yeah, get on the next.
You need to get this moving quickly.
Yeah.
because
Now we know what to do.
Yeah.
Decide whether you're demolishing or.
yeah, your
Yeah.
investment, which way to go.
Yeah.
So,
She was doing it with some of them.
So if we.
it's approved for 56-day extension.
Okay, and that would give us enough time.
Time to go to the
meet with the
variance and start,
Okay.
to start the
So
procedure.
you do understand if you don't get the variance, that you probably have to tear it down? Okay, so just keep that in mind.
Okay.
Thank you. No, thank you.
If they change the
You know who you need anything? You know who seconded? Oh.
that's what they did. They changed it.
Our next case is a new business case on page 11. Senior Inspector Jorge Martinez, property address 1700 Northeast 57th Street. Case number BE 24060003. Owner, Hulda E. Iglesias Gonzalez. Notice posted at the property on 12/11/2024, posted at 1 East Broad Boulevard, 11425.
Are they here?
Do we have anybody to speak?
Oh, is there anyone here for 1700? Moving on to page 7. Property address 3613 Southwest 12th Place. Property owner Jack Dempsey Arenas. Case number BE 24060120. Notice posted at the property on 12/4/24. Posted at 1 East Broad Boulevard, 11425. Please remind me.
Hi, my name is Jack Dempsey Arenas.
Hold on. He's going to talk first.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of the city, presenting case as read. This building has been illegally altered and construction work illegally performed without obtaining the required permits in the following manner, but not limited to. Is this 3613?
Yes.
Okay. Complete renovation, including electrical and structural. In violation section 18.7b, there's a property that appears to have been boarded without a certificate. I reviewed the case on 1/21/2025, at which time I verified the violation remains. The city will request 56 days to comply or a fine of $50 a day thereafter.
Right. You can go now.
Hi, my name is Jack Dempsey Arenas. As to the,
Wait, relation to the property?
I'm the owner.
Okay, thank you.
So, when I bought this house, I financed it. I'm still paying the house. I bought it as it is. I'm a truck driver, so I go over the road 2 or 3 weeks, come back. When I came back one time, there was homeless people inside the house. So, I had to board it up because they had invaded the house. I called the police, and they said, "Oh, you got to board it out because we can't do nothing if they break a window and go inside. You can't do nothing." So we can't do nothing to them. We could just tell them to leave. So every time I went over the road, they kept getting in. So I just boarded it up, and they had destroyed the inside, the floor. They had destroyed, like, there was no bathroom. I mean, they were using the bathroom, but they were doing all over the floor, mess it up. So when I got back, I decided I just changed the flooring and painted. That's all I did on the inside, and I kept it boarded until I was able to move in and stay more there safely. Because every time I got back, I had to kick somebody out. I was even scared to go there at night because then they would come and invade me. So,
Sir,
you know,
sir, not to interrupt you, sorry, over here. Rana Montoya Hassan, all you need is a board-up certificate. It's probably one of the easiest things to get in the building department. That's it.
okay, yeah,
that's
I
it.
already spoke to George. He told me, Jorge, that all I need. So
when?
I'll get it ASAP.
Okay, Inspector?
Yeah, it's 56 days.
It's new
I
business.
got a question
guys.
here. Is the problem with the certificate, or is the problem with any of the interior renovations? Does the interior renovations have permits?
Both.
Okay, so it's the whole shebang.
Yes.
Whole shebang.
But one step at a time.
You're going to go through this each time unless you can get to work on all of these processes. And you've got to get it boarded up to take care of your property, and then you
But the first step, Bill, is just to get it, is the board, that we're only here for the board up.
Yeah, I'll get the board out. I spoke to Jorge, and I'll get that right away.
Do I have a motion?
I move that we find for the city and the violation exists as alleged, and that we order the property owner to come into compliance by March 25th, 2025, or a fine of $50 per day per violation will be imposed and recorded.
Second.
I have a second by Terry. All agree, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? You have 56 days to get this step, but keep going in your steps and keep going with the inspector.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 17. Senior Inspector Jorge Martinez, property address 2654 Gulfstream Lane.
He's never going to get to that.
Owner, Amilis and Jesse Lugo. Case number BE 2309-0259. Notice posted at the property on 12/4/24. Posted at 1 East Royal Boulevard, 11425. This case was first heard on 5/28/24 to comply by 7/30/24. One section at $50 per day. Order recorded, not complied. There are 2 extensions noted.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of the city, case number, address as read. This case is not in compliance. I'm going to let the respondent speak.
Good morning. Jesse Lugo, owner. I don't want to bore you with a lot of details. We had one of the permit it's already in place. Then it asked for a revision. When we got the revision, they asked for engineer certification letter. I got an engineer. He kind of disappeared. So I ended up getting another engineer. I paid him. The first guy I paid him $750. This guy asked me for $1,200. Once he started working on the papers, then he said he needed an NOA and mind you, it's just 2 gate doors. It's not even a gate. It's just 2 gate doors. He said he needed an NOA number, NOA for the process, and then he wanted to charge me another, I think it was $500 more from the $1,200. So when I came inside, I just asked Mr. Martinez if I just take out the gate, would that problem go away? He said, yeah. So I'm just going to take out the gate and not worry about anything else. This has been a real hassle.
But I see a new fence and front patio cover with concrete.
No, that's been already.
That has a permit already.
And that's been already finalized already. The driveway.
When did he tell you to take the gate off?
No, nobody told me to take the gate off.
I
I want to take the gate off so I could end this because it's been a hassle.
Yeah, he said.
Oh, I asked him if I would take the gate off today in the morning. I said if I just take the gate off, would that problem go away? He said yeah. So that's.
I have a question.
Yes.
By any chance, your property has a pool?
Pool? No.
Oh, okay. So yes, you can remove the
Yeah,
gate.
and we have a gate behind it anyways that was there from when we bought the house. But so that's just one on the front of from the front of the house gate. 2 doors. It's not even a gate. It's just 2 doors.
Okay. I have a motion.
Second.
All agree, say aye.
Aye.
You have 56 days, but do it tomorrow.
Yes, this weekend, and I'll let him know. And once I let him know, that's it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Done with it. Good for you.
He made a motion, you seconded?
I said second.
Okay, thank
Oh,
you.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
I jumped the gun.
Yes.
56.
Our next case is on page 2. Senior Inspector Alexander Borges, property address 1136 Wyoming Avenue. Owner Angel J. Lugo, case number BE 24040109. Notice posted at the property on 12/3/24. Posted at 1 East Broad Boulevard, 11425. This is a new business case.
Good morning, everyone. Alexander Alvarez, Building Inspector for the city, presenting case number and address as read. The property was cited for violation of Florida Building Code 2023, Section 105.1, work without permits for interior alteration, including but not limited to kitchen and bathrooms, all windows and doors replacement, new concrete driveway at the front of the property, new concrete deck at the rear of the property, new accessory structure pergola at the rear west side of the property. As of January 24th, 2025, permit application BLD-GEN-24120625 for windows and doors was accepted. It's under review. pending permit applications for paving, interior alteration, and accessory structure. The case was opened on April 16, 2024. Inspection report mailed to the property owner on May 8, 2024. Final notice mailed on June 25, 2024. We are asking that the board to find the violation exists and to grant the property owner 56 days to come into compliance or a fine of $50 per day thereafter. The respondent is here to speak today.
Yes, good morning. My name is Angel Lugo. I'm the owner of the property. Wow. We bought this property. We didn't know we had all of the problems. This is a shock to me. But the problem I have right now is financially.
So the question is, you bought it like this?
Yes.
And so your inspector, your agent, the title
They-
company,
they-
no one said everything was new?
Everything was legal. Everything was fine. Now it's on me.
You got a case.
And also you have a whole lot of concrete.
Yes. And the problem is the money that I pulled down for the house, that was basically all the money I had. So I paid less mortgage. And now this came up. And I just need more time to see how could I resolve this.
Now you see the process. The process is just baby steps but steps
Yes.
forward constantly. The other thing is to talk to the inspector constantly.
I have spoke with him the other day, yes. I'm asking for 120 days of an extension, if that's possible.
To start the process?
Yes.
They started, if I may, they started the process. The windows and door permit application has been submitted. BCPA does show that there was a change of ownership on September 2023, and Google Street View photos shows that the upgrades were made on or before June 2022. So and they have been in communication.
We need to see some progress. I move for 56. Oh, excuse me. This is new.
New case.
I move that we find for the city a violation exists as alleged and that we order the property owner to come into compliance by 3/25 or a fine of $50 per day per violation would be imposed and recorded. Just get the process going.
He has started.
I started already.
He's already started. He's already done the windows and doors.
Got it. Second.
Do all agree, say aye?
Aye.
Anybody say oppose? The steps, you've already started, just do slow steps and it'll be fine. Just keep in contact with the inspector.
So the extension is?
56 days. Just do baby steps and it'll just roll. It'll
Okay.
be fine.
Okay, just remember, my problem is the financial problem, you know? So,
I know there's small steps, but go
Okay.
forward. Don't
Yeah.
stop, don't hide your head in a rock, don't ignore, just go forward.
Keep moving forward and stay in touch with him with your progress, and it'll go fine.
All right.
And the 56 days is just so check in, so we see that things are still moving along.
Okay.
And depending how we can extend that as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna do as much as possible I can.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 7. Senior Inspector Jorge Martinez, property address 701 Carolina Ave. Owner, Yair E. Acevedo Nicholas. Case number BE 24060095. Notice posted at the property on 12/3/24. Posted at 1 East Broad Boulevard, 11425.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of the city, presenting case as read. This building has been illegally altered and construction work illegally performed without obtaining the required permits in the following manner, but not limited to: a new driveway, new door and windows in carport, new block wall in a carport. I reviewed the case on 1/21/2025, in which time I verified the violation remains. The city will request 56 days to comply or a fine of $50 a day thereafter.
My name is Jair Acevedo, and I'm the owner of the house.
Okay.
And I just wanted to come up to your attention that my dad was the one actually trying to do things without the permits and stuff. But I'm in the middle of I got a contractor, and he's doing the permits and the drawings as well. And we're gonna get the driveway as well done.
Okay.
I've been trying to get in contact with the inspector for months, but unfortunately he's busy. He hasn't replied to my voicemails or anything.
No, I'm sorry. That's incorrect.
I have all the calls.
No.
I have all the calls. I've been trying to
I
call
don't know
you.
what the phone
If
number
you
you have.
say you're going to call, you have to leave a message, or you have to, or email.
I left the message. I left the voicemail.
An email is better
I
to
left
keep
the
track
voicemail.
of it.
Yeah,
An email.
That's what they told me when I went to the city, because they told me to speak to his boss, but unfortunately it was too late. I already had the hearing, so they told me to come in instead. I went to the city and I told him they called him directly, and he still didn't answer them. Here's all the evidence. I've been trying to call you. I've been trying to get it situated before I even got here.
That's fine. That's fine.
So is
Life happens.
No, it's
okay.
all right. I understand.
It's
That's
okay.
what I'm here, and I'm
It's
trying
new
to get it done.
business.
I move that we find for the city and the violations exist as alleged, and that we order the property owners to come into compliance by March 25th, 2025, or a fine of $50 per day per violation would be imposed and recorded.
Second.
I have a second. All agree, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? It passes. You have 56 days, but keep moving forward and talk to him.
Absolutely. By all means.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Have a nice day.
Our next case is on page 14. Senior Inspector Jose Saragusi, property address 2671 East Commercial Boulevard. Owner, Sofico 14 LLC, case number BE 23010185. Notice posted at the property on 12/11/24. Posted at 1 East Broad Boulevard, 11425. This case was first heard on 10/24/23 to comply by 1/30/24. 2 sections at $50 per day. Order recorded, not complied. There are 5 extensions noted.
Wow.
Why are we seeing you? Why are we seeing you?
Inspector Saragusti, on behalf of the city, presenting the case as read. This is a very old case from 2023. The city is requesting the case returned as Imasi.
Didn't this have to go to Broward County?
Yep, there's a variation, wasn't there?
We had to. Sorry.
Name, relation, please.
Good morning. Fitz Murphy with Senga Architecture, representing the property owner. Yes, so we did have to. This was a conversion, illegal conversion of an office space to a residential. The owner tried to get a variance to approve the CO to get the residential. Unfortunately, the variance requirements, that was denied, so we had to come back and try to get that approval. We went to the county. They had us do some additional work with asbestos. Although our work was very small, they had us do some asbestos inspections that we didn't expect. So we were able to do that. In November, we finally got the permit issued, but we are still waiting for our sub-permits. And the primary issue that we had was that we were waiting. We had a contractor on board who ultimately his license expired for the electrical. So we have a new contractor. We're waiting for the city to approve those sub-permits. And the work is minor, that we have to make some modifications to get it approved as office again, to bring that back. So we expect the work to be done within 56 days. We don't expect to take any more time. We have a good team on board now. We're confident that we can get it done.
And the rest of the story is this has not been leased, so you have not had any income at all for this
No.
whole time.
No.
Inspector, what do you say?
They will comply in 56 days. This is before the Massey. Anyway, I will request the case to return to Massey. If this is complied, we will remove it from there.
I just want to mention, sorry, I didn't realize we had a new inspector on this case. I was still trying to communicate with Inspector Del Rio. So
No,
I just wanted to...
There is not anymore. The Inspector Del Rio is
Right,
not-
so I'm saying I was trying to email him about this case, so I just realized that we have a new
I
inspector,
don't
so I
have
apologize
your
for that.
contact information.
I will do that.
So if we let it do nothing, it'll go to Massey. He'll have 56 days to get it done, and you'll have to deal with them. So we should just let it go to Massey.
I'm moving for a 56-day extension.
I'm going to second that. I agree.
Do I have, all agree, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody say disagree?
Disagree.
Disagree.
So I have how many disagree?
2.
Disagree.
I have 3 disagree, and
I'll vote for it.
so I have
Let's
1,
let's
2,
roll call it
3,
again.
4. So it's 5-3, it passes. You have 56 days.
Extension?
Yes.
Thank you,
You would have
thank you so
had
much.
56 days either way, but just get it done.
Can we call the roll on that?
Roll call.
Yeah, we're going to do roll.
Oppose.
Yay.
I oppose.
That's 2.
Yes. No.
I put the motion forward. Yes, yeah, I put the motion.
It doesn't matter either way, yes. It passes.
This will mean if you comply and get it done, it'll be closed and we won't hear it.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
We're done.
Thank you.
I actually have a question. Because we keep saying that they come back as a Massey, but when they come back as Massey, that's fines are imposed that entire time.
We would have to vote on fines and expenses,
Yeah, they
correct?
did when they were supposed to.
Which is why
Yeah, so the difference is when the fines are.
it wasn't fair of him to.
Our next case is on page 24. No, on page 15. Senior Inspector Jorge Martinez, property address 2308 Southeast 18th Street. Owner, Russ's Property LLC. Case number BE 24020112. Notice posted at the property on 12/10/24. Notice posted at 1 East Royal Boulevard, 11425. This case was first heard on 5/28/24 to comply by 7/30/24. One section at $50 per day, order recorded, not complied. There are 2 extensions noted.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of the city, case number and address as read. Case is not in compliance. Permits have been submitted and are in need of corrections. I'm going to let the respondent speak.
No. No,
There we go. This is wobbly. Bridget Brown, I'm property manager on behalf of the owner of the property. So as he said, the permits are in. We actually had an inspection for one of them, and then it didn't pass because the inspector called 30 minutes before they were going to show up. So the owner didn't have time to arrive for that inspection, but we are actively working on getting everything else as needed for the permit so they can be issued and closed out. So we're really just looking for an extension of time.
So I have a question. When the inspectors are going on a day, don't you have a time frame, like a day that you're going to go?
No, in this case, they just need the permits issued. So the inspector doesn't have to go to the property.
She's talking about when they called in for an inspection.
That's for another permit.
Oh, okay. I was told by the owner there was one in particular that he had an inspector call to schedule, but they said they call the day of and give you the time, and unfortunately they called at 8 a.m. and it was for 8:30, but I guess that's for a different permit.
Okay, different one. Okay, so Inspector, what do you suggest?
56-day extension.
Second.
All agree, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody disagree? It passes, so 56-day extension.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 24. Senior Inspector Jose Saragusti, property address 709 Southwest 4th Court. Owner, DBAC Investments 4 LLC. Case number BE 231-20059. Notice posted at the property on 12/4/24. Posted at 1 East Borough Boulevard, 11425. This case was first heard on 5/28/24. To comply by 7/30/24. One section at $50 per day, order recorded, not complied. The city is requesting to impose fines of $6,250, which continues to accrue. There's one extension noted.
Inspector Saragusti, on behalf of the city, presenting the case as read. This case is not compliant. I will let the respondent to speak.
Hey, good morning, guys. Just wrote a few key
No,
points.
no, name and relation to the property.
Dear Davidov, I'm the owner of the property.
Thank you.
I recently purchased this property a few months ago. I was taken advantage of, misled, to say the least. Was told there was work done with permits and only a violation for the broken windows and the historic board. Recently, I learned that there was an open violation for interior work done without permits. Since then, I've been fully invested in completing this project and complying with all building codes. I have already got approved from the historic board for the certificate of appropriateness.
I have a question. How did you buy the property? Did you buy it with a mortgage?
It was a friend of a friend that brought it to me, and we switched. I have also the disassociation from the LLC, from him to me. So it was on the same LLC.
It's a transfer. Okay.
Yeah.
So then, okay. If it was a mortgage or anything, all the permits would have been flagged. Okay.
It was a hard money loan.
permits.
And basically, okay, so I got approved from the historic board for new windows and new HVAC. And I'm requesting a 120-day extension in order to complete all of the after-the-fact permits for all the work done, as well as the already applied for the new window permits and the HVAC permits. Also requesting to pause all fines since we're working really hard to be fully compliant. And I have been in touch with Jose Saragusti as well.
Inspector? Title.
September 2024.
BCPA says January of last year, sir.
Yeah, but I have the disassociation from the LLC. I was put into this in September. He purchased it before, he did the work, and I have removed him, and I'm solely the owner now.
So Rhonda, his person he purchased it from was in January, and he's saying that he got it in September.
Well, he may have purchased the corporation, but the corporate entity that currently owns the property bought the property in January of 2024.
Yes, and I have the paperwork to show that he's off 100%, and I'm fully 100% on it since then.
So when was the permits, when was all this done? What, they got flagged that none of this work was done with permits that needed to be done? Was that in before January?
So that was last year. I'm not sure exactly the date the violation was.
So the guy that you bought it from knew about it?
Yeah,
the case was open in December 2023.
December 23.
Yeah.
No, I did not know. And I only found out about this hearing also recently. I was just trying to get the HVAC and the window permits approved by the historic board, and I noticed this hearing like 2 weeks ago. And then I was in contact with Jose trying to figure out how to come here and hopefully move forward.
Inspector, what's your opinion?
In my opinion, the city opinion is 56-day extension, stop the fines, and mandatory reappearance.
Okay.
What he said.
Do I have a motion?
Yes, I have a motion. I move for a 56-day extension to stop the fines and for a reappearance.
Yes.
You can't tell me he has to reappear. Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a 56-day extension. We're stopping the fines. We can't make you come back, but we can suggest that you talk to the inspector a lot.
Thank you. No, I did not.
Not a friend.
No, definitely not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And you can come back in 56 days if you want, but don't.
Get it done now.
Our next case is on page 5, Senior Inspector Jose Saragusti, property address 232 Southwest.
Sorry, what page?
Page 5.
Thank you.
Again, Senior Inspector Jose Saragusti, property address 232 Southwest 22nd Street, case number BE 2407-0161. Owner Benita Foss's estate. This is a new business case. Notice posted at the property December 4th, 2024, posted at 1 East Broward Boulevard, January 14th, 2025. Again, this is a new business case.
Inspector Saragusti, on behalf of the city, presenting the case as read. I received this case from email regarding this property for shed and efficiency on the back of the property without permit. This property has been cited under Florida Building Code 2023 under Section 105 for work without permit. This case was opened on July 15, 2024. Inspection report was mailed on July 17, 2024, and final notice in August 22, 2024. Notice of hearing was mailed on September 30, 2024. I have been in contact with the old owner and the new owner, and for that we're asking the board to find that the violation exists, to grant the property owner 56 days to come in compliance or a fine of $50 per day thereafter. I will let the respondent to speak.
Good morning. My name is Mauricio Romero. I'm the new owner. I just
Owner
for now.
of what date?
I'm sorry?
What date did you buy?
It's January 6th.
For this year?
This year, yes.
Go ahead.
So I figured it out yesterday that the house have this board meeting. So I came here today. I spoke already with the inspector to see what can I do. So I'm applying an extension to take it off everything and to put everything in order.
Okay. Just like I said, work with the inspector.
Yeah, I already talked to him. Thank you so much.
The city agree with a 56-day extension and or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So I move that we find for the city and the violation exists as alleged, and that we order the property owner to come into compliance by March 25th. What was it? March 25th, 2025. Or a fine of $50 per day per violation will be imposed and recorded.
Second.
I have a second. All agree, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody oppose? You have 56 days.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Just start the process.
Yeah, thanks.
Our next case is on page 25. Senior Inspector Jose Saragusti, property address 5321 Northeast 24 Terrace, 5028. Owner, Zachary Sloboda. Case number BE2308-0395. Notice posted at the property on 12/11/24. Posted at 1 East Broad Boulevard, 11425. This case was first heard on 11/28/23 to comply by 3/26/24. One section at $50 per day. Order recorded, not complied. The city is requesting to impose the fines an amount of $3,100, which continues to accrue. There are 3 extensions noted.
Is this set for Massey? This is a Massey?
Has to have gone to Board of Adjustment.
Inspector Saragusti, on behalf of the city, presenting the case as read. This case is not complied, but I talked with the customer this morning. There are some changes that I need to inspect. For that one, I request 56-day extension and stop the fines. I will let the respondent to speak.
Good morning. I'm Ronaldo Nova, owner of the property. As Inspector Saragusti said, we spoke this morning. And I think now the only thing left to do is to schedule the inspections. If you have any questions of me, I just want this over with.
Do I have a motion?
Yeah, I move for a 56-day fine and to, I'm sorry, a 56-day extension and to stop the fines.
A second.
I have, all approve, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody disapprove? No. It passes. You have 56 days.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're not looking up?
Is this going to pass?
I need to check if everything is complied because there are two permits and I need to check if the sun structure are removed or not.
I'm sorry, what was the last thing? That,
He just needs to do his paperwork.
oh, okay, something about moving. Was that the shed?
No.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Don't get him scared.
59.
Don't get him scared.
5911. Yeah.
See?
Do I have a respondent here for 5911 Northeast 15th Ave? Okay. Your case is next.
What page?
It's on page 5.
Thank you.
Senior Inspector Jose Saragusti, property address 5911 Northeast 15th Ave, case number BE 24070056. Owner Adele Holding LLC, case number, notice posted at property on 12/5/24, posted at 1 East Broad Boulevard, 11425.
Good morning. My name is Tatiana Boudreau.
Hold on.
Inspector Saragusti, on behalf of the city, presenting the case as read. I received the case from email regarding the two structures, dead roof structures in the setback in this property. This property has been cited under Florida Building Code 2023, Section 105.1 for work without permit, and City Ordinance Section 47-19.2.p for structures in the setback. The case was opened on July 8, 2024. Inspection report was mailed on July 11, 2024. Final notice was mailed on October 4, 2024. Notice of hearing was mailed on December 3, 2024. There are permits awaiting since January 14, 2025. We're asking the board that the violation exists to grant the property owner 56 days to come in compliance or a fine of $50 per day thereafter. I will let the respondent to speak.
Thank you. My name is Tatiana Boudreau. I'm the property manager. We have been dealing with this since July of last year. It was built 17 years ago by the Seminole tribe, and we were hoping it could be grandfathered in because we were under the understanding that if it was built by the Seminoles, it didn't require permits. At least when we did the research, that's what we keep being telling, but I guess it's a misunderstanding. And they re-roofed it in 2022, so it's in perfect condition, or it was in perfect condition. Apparently, it's 1 foot over the regulatory height, and we were trying to see if we could keep it because it's a huge waste of money. But I guess we couldn't get that agreed, and so it was taken down this morning. We are trying to get a permit approved so we can rebuild it, but the permit is on hold. I'm not sure why. I don't understand the city system. Mr. Rinkus said he was going to release it so I can pay the fee. So far we have paid $471 in fees, but we don't have a permit approved. I spoke with Inspector Saragusti and said he has to go and inspect it so we can rebuild the new one, but we cannot schedule the inspection because the permit is on hold and I cannot pay the fees. Yes. You know what? I don't understand the setbacks very well. I was asking Mr. Saragusti if we. There is a fence. Yes. Yes. Yeah, but we were asking for advice and we just were sent to here. We were trying to work with the city, but we were just sent a notice that we had to be here. Then that we had to take it down. The tiki hut's down. And we're just wasting another $6,000 in the process.
Inspector?
Again, we are asking to the owner to come in compliance in 56 days or $50 per day thereafter. It's a new case.
So why is it on hold?
I don't know that.
Oh, you
So
don't know
there-
that. So that's a different.
Chair, if I could, there's two issues here. So number one, if the tiki hut that was built without a zoning permit and encroaching in terms of height and setback has been demolished and removed, then the inspector can go out and inspect and comply the case. That's not an issue, and then we're
That's
done.
what we have on the table.
We used to do a
Correct.
56-day extension.
So the 56 days, if as suggested by the inspector, obviously should be more than sufficient time to do that. The issue of the new permit.
We don't know why.
Exactly. It's not really before the board, and that goes through the normal process.
So I need a motion for just this part.
I move that we find for the city and the violation exists as alleged, and that we order the property owner to come into compliance by March 25th, 2025, or a fine of $50 per day per violation will be imposed and recorded.
Second. May I have a second? And
Aye.
I'll agree, say aye. Anybody opposed? Nobody opposes, so,
So he'll come out and inspect, right?
yeah.
So can
Thank
we
you.
schedule the inspection?
Yes, we can.
Okay. And is there any way we don't have to need a new permit? Because we've had like 3 permits in the process, and every time we sneeze, we require a new permit.
We're not on that part.
I will give you
Well,
the
you-
contact
ma'am,
information to
with all-
talk
ma'am.
about that.
Ma'am, with all due respect, you had no permit for this, so I don't know about the sneezing and needing a new permit
It
every
was-
time.
It was bought like that. The owner bought it like that, and the previous owner said, "I just called the Seminole, and they said we didn't require a permit." So
Well,
that previous
that's incorrect information, and you
Right.
should have, whatever
both
owner
owners
should have.
were misinformed by the Seminole.
I understand, but your statement about every time you turn around and sneeze, you have to have a permit, you never had a permit for this.
If you see it, the record, there's like three or four lines for this tiki hut that we've been trying to solve the case, but.
Understand that, it's pretty easy. It's a zoning permit, so again, you need to go to zoning, and if the confusion is yours, perhaps you should, have either the Seminoles help you or, an architect or an engineer help you. These are very common. They're easily issued as long as they don't exceed the height requirement and they're not in the setback.
Well, it has been nothing easy. We have been asking for advice from the city to try not to take it down. It was not possible. And every time the contractor calls, they tell him something different.
This is over.
Right.
As soon as he does the inspection, it's over, you can move forward.
I'm just afraid of the next step.
Just for the board's,
There. Okay.
Wait.
Hold on.
just for the board's edification, tiki huts are exempt from the Florida Building Code, but they're not exempt from the zoning code. As long as the tiki hut does not have any plumbing or electrical. The minute that it does have any electric, which in most cases they do, that exemption is off the table. So there's a little bit of truth to what you were told by the Miccosukee. They're exempt from the Florida Building Code, but not the zoning code. So I believe that's where we're at.
Yeah,
If
since you put up
the
the ceiling-
structure is too high or it's in the setback, that needs to be addressed.
But it doesn't have water or electrical. It
Okay,
has-
like I said, if that's not, and then we can move on. So zoning would still require that it's the right height and the right setback.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Our next case is on page 16, Senior Inspector Jorge Martinez. Property address 3106 Southwest 14th Street. Case number BE 231-00123. Owner, Juliver Villan. Notice posted at the property on 12/4/24, posted at 1 East Broad Boulevard, 11425. This case was first heard on 7/30/24 to comply by 9/24/24. One section at $50 per day, order recorded, not complied. There's one extension noted.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of the city, case number and address as read. Case is not in compliance. The respondent just told me that he's not going to continue the project. So right now, the only thing missing is the water heater permit with the electrical. And I'm going to let the respondent speak.
Good morning. My name is Juliver Villan. I'm the property owner. So finally, I got a contractor last year that we started the works done. Apparently, during initial inspection, they to finish the whole cleanup in there, he recommended to do the roofing first. So we start the roof and then now started the whole process with it. But apparently, financially, I cannot make the whole project anymore on that area. But apparently, the old contractor before that ran away already started the demolition, but we just have to repair it, and that's why I kept updated with Jorge that I'm not gonna make a project, but we're gonna clean up and close the area. But apparently, he said that there was a water heater that was there installed, but I bought the house with it. I showed him the electrical permits before with the upgrades of those things. But if I need to, just to close the permits and citations, I need to start the process and get the paperwork done very soon. But we started the process already and have the contractors done working on it. I've been in touch with Jorge very closely and just keep advising from him and what else I can do to close the citations. If ever I can get an extension, please.
Inspector,
56-day extension.
do I have a motion?
I move for a 56-day extension.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you
All
very
agree,
much.
say aye. Anybody opposed? No. You have 56 days.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I've been in touch with him very closely, like calling all the
Smart.
time. Yeah. Thank you very much.
smart.
Our next case is on page 22, Senior Inspector Preston Mark, property address 1470 Northwest 21st Street, 1-2, case number BE 2305-0089, owner Bernadette Wasom. Notice posted at the property on 12/11/24, posted at 1 East Broad Boulevard, 11425. This case was first heard on 1/30/24 to comply by 3/26/24, one section at $50 per day. Order recorded. Case is complied. 3 extensions noted.
Did you say the case is complied? 720 Southeast 15th? Okay. Preston Mark, Building Inspector for the city, presenting case and address as read. This case has complied. Fines are pending. The city is requesting the fines be imposed. The respondent is here to speak.
Did you say
Tell us what, again,
Yeah.
have they done something, not done something? What-
it's complied?
It's complied?
Yes.
1470 Northwest 21 Street is complied.
Yes.
But you want us to impose the fines?
Yes.
All of them or just,
What's the fine? $2,200 to be imposed.
or is there any of it,
Okay.
The respondent is here to speak on behalf.
Okay, we'll hear what she has to say.
Good morning. My name is Bernadette Wasom, and I'm the owner of the property. I just want to extend my heartfelt thanks for granting me the extensions to obtain the necessary permit for my property. I'm pleased to inform you that I've successfully acquired the permits and also the certificate of occupancy. I appreciate the understanding and support throughout this process, and I'm happy to confirm that my property is now in full compliance with all the regulations. And I want to again thank the board for their assistance.
Does this include the expenses, or is the expenses separate?
This would include the administrative expenses, yes.
What are the administrative expenses?
I got a question for the owner.
Yes.
Currently, the property is still being used as a ALF or a nursing home, correct?
It's not a nursing home. It's a
Private rehab.
no. It's actually a sober house for people recovering from.
Let me ask you this here: how much residents are in the house right now?
There's about either 8 or 10.
I move that we waive the fines.
Do I have a second?
I second.
All agree, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
Nope.
So the fines have been waived.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate your help.
Thank you.
Good luck. Thank you.
Our next case is on page 9, Senior Inspector Jorge Martinez. Property address 1551 Northwest 6th Street, owner 1551 Sistrunk LLC, case number BE 2403-0063. Notice posted at the property on 12/6/24, posted at 1 East Broad Boulevard, 11425.
Jorge.
Pictures, guys. Anytime. My last day. You're on your own.
BD Trap
Hope
House.
you grew up.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of the city, presenting case as read. This building has been illegally altered and construction work illegally performed without obtaining the required permits in the following manner. Not limited to installation of an electrical outlet plumbing connection to the ice maker. That part is complied. Violation 2023-1612.4. This building has been installed equipment below the design flood elevation. I reviewed the case on 1/8/2025, at which time I verified the violation remains. The city will request 56 days to comply or a fine of $50 a day thereafter.
My name's Kevin Rodriguez. I'm the authorized agent for 1551 Sistrunk LLC, also the operating partner for B&D Trap. So I had reached out to you, I believe, when I first got the notice, and we met at the property. It was you and I think 3 other people. I know that day when you came, you didn't really do any of the talking. It was more of another gentleman, which I could only assume was maybe, I don't know, the manager or the boss. But what I can say is the only solutions that I had from that gentleman, I wish I remember his name, but I don't, was
Mark, it's Mark Haggerty.
Mark?
Haggerty.
Okay, perfect. So basically the only solution he gave me was either I need to remove all of the equipment that's below the floodplain, and we're talking about a matter of inches here, or I need to build, I guess, a wall around it to keep water out. So I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with, my concept or how we came about, but we worked with the city of Fort Lauderdale, who gave my partner, who owns the property, a grant to specifically build in the Sistrunk area. We're very proud of being one of the first businesses there in the past few years to go in there and bring in something new. I know there's a couple other small concepts there, but we're really trying to get into a place where we could be a part of developing that area. We've opened up in March. It's not easy, but we would hope that the city would work with us to alleviate any of these violations that we have here. So, for example, we have an ice machine outside. We have a smoker outside. I guess the main concern is that if there's a flood, a significant flood, because it's been raining a lot and the water never even comes anywhere near the smokehouse, I guess the water's going to pick it up, some of the equipment, and move it away, or there'll be issues with electrical. I would just hope that I could work with somebody to find a solution other than remove everything, because for us, if we have to remove everything, we're just not going to be able to operate. The restaurant is very small. If we had the room to put any of the equipment inside, please believe that we would have done that, but it's just not possible. In regards to building a wall around it, if you look at one of the pictures, so there's really two entrances into the restaurant, one the main doors on the opposite side of the restaurant, and one the smokehouse, which is where back-of-house staff, the employees go in through. I could only imagine that if we seal that off, that right there where that door is, it's just going to create another issue for us in the future, because I would think that we need to have two exits to the restaurant, so maybe that'll create a different problem. I did go ahead and bought and installed, I guess, I'm not sure what it's called, but on either side of the door there is a panel that you put in that would hopefully block some water. I will tell you that, of course, it wasn't long enough, so I need to order another piece, and I have the picture of that with me as well. But I'm just really looking for help, or maybe somebody here can advise me as to what I can do other than just removing anything, because that is a smokehouse, and you know, when you have a barbecue restaurant, the purpose of that is to at least have a smoker there. But that gentleman, Mark, told me there can't be anything there, no matter what it is. Sorry.
Board, there have been
Wait, Bill.
Board, there have been extensive discussions regarding this item. Our floodplain manager has had multiple discussions with the owner. Floodplain manager is simply enforcing FEMA mandates out of his control. Requirement is you can't have equipment below the floodplain. Sistrunk has a long history of flooding every time there's a heavy rain, let alone anything more serious. So it's unfortunate, but the FEMA requirements require that.
You can't put it up on something. You can't build a structure to put the equipment up.
I would imagine that's an option, but it's
Instead
below.
of the wall.
It's below. He's saying that he's explored every option, and he's relying on the board to give him suggestions. I mean, it's beyond the board.
And that solution was never brought. He was very he was the opposite of helpful, to be honest with you. He basically told me I need to remove everything or build a wall around there. And that was
again, that's hearsay. I mean, we're
I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. So the inside. I'm sorry. Yeah, this is on the outside. Well, technically outside there is obviously the screen area, which isn't going to do anything if it rains. But yeah, that.
So I have a question. Is it the actual equipment or is it the electrical that needs to be elevated?
I believe
it's both.
Both.
Okay.
So
board. Okay. The original permit that they applied when they built, it included floodproof. That zone to be floodproof. It was included on the plans.
Flood-proof?
Yeah.
Flood panels, which is another option.
So before they finished the permit, they said that that zone, that area was going to be cleared. So they didn't do it.
So the approved plans reflect what was acceptable, and it just wasn't built that way.
After the permit were issued and completed, they went and put everything in. So they have two options: remove everything or floodproof the area.
So when we say floodproof, if I did put a flood panel there, would that be sufficient?
He told you, it's on the plans. You just have to go back and get that original plan and submit it again.
But what was when it comes to the construction, that's something I don't know too much about that. So again, when it comes to floodproofing it, I'm not sure what that means. That's
Again,
why I asked.
this is not going to be settled here. It's a discussion that needs to happen.
I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to move that we fine for the city and the violations exist as alleged, and that we order the property owner to come in compliance by March 25th, 25, or a fine amount of $50 per day per violation be imposed and recorded.
All approved, say aye.
Aye. So this will give you time to resolve it?
So what you need to do is you need to go to your contractor, and he needs to sit with you and show you what's on the original plans that you need to do. Right. Or you asked him to alter them, and He didn't tell you that you can't.
I understand. So my question would be, as far as getting the right information, or which I would rather get from the city when it comes to flood proofing the area, who should I speak to about that? That's that could give me, I guess, the right answer.
floodplain manager, Mark Haggerty.
Mark Haggerty.
Awesome. Okay. All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Our next case, Senior Inspector Jorge Martinez, property address page 10, sorry. Property address 707 Northeast 15th Street. Case number BE 24040200. Owner, Hyman Emmerman, homestead exempt. Okay, they left. Page 19. I think that's 19.
They left, so not discussing.
Page 19.
They're only doing the
Property address 1236 Northwest 16th Street.
So they don't.
Is 1236 Northwest 16th Street here? Okay, I guess they left also. Moving on to page 12. Senior Inspector Alexander Obores. Property address 1301 Northwest 2nd Avenue. Owner, ITEX Consulting, Inc. Case number BE 2403-0134. Notice posted at the property on 12/5/24. Posted at 1 East Broward Boulevard, 11425. This case was first heard on 9/24/24 to comply by 12825. One section at $50 per day. Order recorded, not complied.
Alexander Labores, Building Inspector for the city, updating you on case number and address is read. This violation was created by a different inspector who no longer works in this division. The property was cited for violation of Florida Building Code 2023, Section 105.1, work without permit for building interior, completely gutted, replacement of roof structural members in carport and porch. The case is not in compliance. The city at this time does not support any additional extension and is requesting for the case to come back as a massing hearing to impose fine. The respondent is here to speak.
Good morning, Elkin Sanchez. I'm the owner. Yes, we were dealing with Del Rio, and I heard you guys multiple times say, as long as the ball is moving, we submitted for the permits. Permits came back. There were some changes done. He notified me today that why I haven't communicated with him. It's the first time that I'm aware that he is our new inspector. 1118 is what he has. We have stuff from the city that requested on January 5th. We already submitted the survey that they requested. He has other things. So I think it's a matter of communication. So all I'm asking is for another 56 days or whenever it is the next day for be able to come back and hopefully we have our permits by then. It's not that we're not complying. We have.
If I could provide some additional information, I'd like to provide some timelines. The case was created in March 2024. They applied for a permit application. We did our plan review. The initial application was rejected multiple times because of deficiencies. The last review, we've been waiting for response since November 18, 2024. The plans were incomplete. I mean, I have a whole list of issues with that permit application. Today, we still don't have those corrections 2 months later. I mean, at this rate, and keep in mind, if I can remind the board that there was structural repairs done at this carport. So that's why we strongly recommend no extensions and coming back as a Massey.
With all due respect, as I told you out there, I totally disagree with that. I showed them the submissions that we've done. We have a permit runner, okay? The submissions that we've done, we submitted what they requested. So I think there's...
Sir, you have
I'm sorry. I allowed you to talk. Let me, we have submitted what they have requested. We called a permit runner. I tried to call him in front of him to find out what's the status. Have they received those requests? And the only request that we received from the city was survey elevations. They were submitted. And that's where we're at. And they asked me to pay another $548 in fees. So I understand that. We're not trying to do anything. I'm the one that has the property empty for a year. I'm the one that's been carrying it for a year. No work has been done for a year. So All I'm asking is, I don't want the massey. I just want 56 days. We're trying to get the permit, and hopefully we have it by then. That's the only thing I can
Are
do.
you aware what the deficiencies are?
I am not aware. You made me aware today, and I said I got to call him and find out what's happening.
So you're not aware what's going on with your permit
I
application?
have zero awareness of what's happening with that, even to the point that I didn't even know that Del Rio wasn't even with the city anymore.
Just so you understand, when we go do a review process, the permit applicant immediately gets notified, okay? So we can only notify the people that is in that contact information, okay? They've been notified, and there's a whole list, 9 deficiencies in that permit application, okay? It's incomplete. At this rate, here we are 2 months later, and we still have no corrections. No one has addressed those. How is that? And I understand Inspector Del Rio is no longer working here, but that doesn't change the fact that that hasn't delayed the application process in any way.
I totally agree with you. Once again, I'm not here to give you a hard time. I'm totally telling you, if I was aware of what was happening, it would have been addressed.
So who's doing the work for you?
We have
you have a runner. A runner is
And then we have a contractor also. So we hired permit runners. Supposedly the process speeds up faster through them because they have a connection with the city of Fort Lauderdale since they're always there. And that's as far as I know. And so trust me, guys, I want this property done.
So the person that the inspector, whoever the inspector is, are they talking to your contractor?
Correct.
And not you?
Yes, when they set up, they put their contact information, as he says, that they get all the information.
I think you need to sit down with your contractor.
Absolutely, absolutely. I was notified today. It'll be addressed.
Do I have a motion?
I'll stay with my 56-day extension just because I'm not sure.
Thank you very much.
I'll second that.
All agree, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody oppose? It passes, but you better be in charge of your contractor because he's
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Something's
I
going
appreciate
on here.
it. Exactly.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's what it sounds like. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 24. Senior Inspector Jose Saragusti. Property address 1312 Northwest 15th Terrace. Owner U&S Investment Group 1, Inc. Case number BE 2303-0202. Notice posted at the property on 12/5/24. Posted at 1 East Broad Boulevard, 11425. This case was first heard on 7/25/23 to comply by 11/28/23. One section at $50 per day. Order recorded, not complied. City is requesting to impose fines of an amount of $6,300, which continues to accrue. There are 3 extensions noted.
Inspector Saragusti, on behalf of the city, presenting the case as read. Sorry. The case is not complied. I will let the respondent to speak.
Hi, I'm Ulrico Jean, owner of the property.
You're the owner or the other gentleman is?
I'm the owner.
You're the owner, okay.
Yeah. We applied for a permit. They've been working on a permit at the last minute. They were issued with a surveyor seal expired. We hired a new survey. I sent it to my contractor, and he told me download it to the city website. So we expecting an approval any time, so I just cannot tell you exactly when, but everything will be in the process for a while. So I'm just asking for a little bit more extension so that we can get approval to get everything taken care of.
How long has this been going on?
This case was opened in March 2023.
For a long time.
Yep.
I didn't have ownership on the property at that time. It was 2 different owners, if I remember correctly. I think I only have ownership on this property for a year. That's the time, less than a year.
If I'm correct, did you come in with another gentleman?
No, I did not. That was me.
How long have you had the property?
If I remember correctly, probably 11 months or probably, probably about 11 months, probably. I am not 100% sure about 11 months. Probably.
Did you know about the issues before you bought it?
I found out after. The reason why I was there earlier, whatever first time, I was there when they gave me an extension to fix the problem. I wasn't know about all the problem in the beginning. It's after I know about it, and right away I jump on and apply for permit. But it's a process. It take time to get it done.
Wanda, do you have an opinion?
I always have an opinion. Rana Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. So this property was quitclaimed to this investment entity back in March of last year.
Yes.
So they've had almost a year to address the addition and the new windows.
Was it an investment through family members or just a clean investment?
I mean, it's an...
There is, sorry, I want to tell you that there is a permit in review and awaiting client reply since January 10, 2025.
So you have a permit in and it's just sitting there?
Yes, they've been working on
But
it.
you need to move forward with the permit.
Why
You
is
need
it
to
sitting
make the
there?
follow-up,
Yeah.
which is missing.
I didn't have control over it. I was found out they have a surveyor seal expired. What happened, survey was ordered in May, and probably contractor take time to submit it. He found out 2 weeks ago that the seal on the survey expired. They require a new survey, which is I get that done. I send it to the contractor, submit it to city. He told me he already downloaded it on their website, so the reason I say it could be any time. So
And you know all of this have been imposed and it continues to accrue on this property, the fines.
could you repeat that one, please?
The fines on here continue to accrue, keep getting bigger.
Wow.
$50 a day.
So do I have a motion from anyone, or should, because this is a Massey.
Yeah. Yes.
So in other words, that they are going to impose the fines.
We would request that the fines be imposed, and then once they're in compliance, they can seek lien amnesty.
Perfect.
The fine applied from 2023, I mean, before their ownership or after?
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Follows the owner.
It stays with the building. Okay.
So Rhonda, would you repeat what you said, please?
Yes, absolutely. So the city would request that the fines be imposed, and then once the property is in compliance, the property owner can apply for lien amnesty.
Okay, so we would make
Would that come back to us?
No, that's an administrative process that goes through DSD.
I move that the fines to be imposed, and once all the permits are completed, that the owner can apply for amnesty.
Second.
All those agree, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody say no? It passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bill, did you second that?
I did. Terry did.
Terry did.
Oh, Terry. Oh,
I
thank you.
thirded it.
That other,
Our next case is on page 12. Inspector Andrew Gebbia, property address 1249 Northwest 18th Street. Owner, I Love Florida Real Estate LLC. Case number CE 24040860. Notice posted at the property on 12/5/24. Posted at 1 East Broad Boulevard, 11425. This
page?
case,
sorry.
I'm sorry.
12.
This case was first heard on 9/24/24 to comply by 1/28/25. One section at $50 per day, order recorded, not complied.
Andrew Gebbia, building inspector for the city, presenting case and address as read. This violation was created by a different inspector who no longer works in the division. This property was cited for violation under FBC 2020-1051, work illegally performed without obtaining required permits in the following manner, but not limited to interior renovation, removal of kitchen wall. This case is not complied. No permit has been issued for this work. There is an application for permit BLD GEN 24110720 that is awaiting fees since 11/27/2024. This morning, I have had a conversation with Alexander, the owner, and he informed me that he did, in fact, pay his fees this morning and that he has the ball rolling. So the city is requesting the Code Enforcement Board to find that the violations exist and to grant the property owner 56 days to come into compliance or $50 a fine, $50 a day thereafter.
This is an old business
Yeah,
case.
old business. It's
It's
continuing
old business.
business.
So you support extension?
So
let-
Inspector,
let's see
that
what he has
means,
to say first.
Inspector, you're supporting a 56-day extension? This is a new, old business case.
Yes.
Please speak your name and your relation to the property, please.
Good morning, Alessandro Moran Peralta, owner of Ala Florida Real Estate.
And why has it been sitting since November?
I apologize and I thank you for your patience. I've been fighting multiple battles. This house was in foreclosure because I've been dealing with bad tenants for 3 years, and the last one, it was the dagger on the chest. I was able to save this house last minute from the foreclosure sale. If anybody has been in a financial crisis, it's not going to be solved overnight. I was able to save, thank the Lord, that I have all my life saving into this property. I was able to talk to a super nice lady in the bank that was able to save. She gave me all the information and a little motivation to take care of the problem. The judge the house was sold, and by the thank of God, the judge, I spoke to the bank, we came to agreement, and I was able to save the house. That's one end. It's not easy. It's not overnight that everything's going to be taken care of. Now that that's done, I spoke to the general contractor this morning. He's going to look at, put the accelerator on the permit situation because I was dealing with a lot of other issues. Now that I'm looking forward working with Inspector Gabia to take care of this issue in 56 days. And I thank everyone for doing an amazing job, and I'm looking forward to getting this thing done ASAP.
Do I have a motion?
I move for a 56-day extension.
Do I have a
Second.
I have a second. All agree, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? You have 56 days.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Keep going forward.
Thank you.
What page?
Right after the break.
Right after the break?
Well, no, like, it was a little while ago.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I thought.
He was just
I'm
having
sorry.
so much fun. He wanted to stay.
Page 19, Senior Inspector Jorge Martinez, property address 1236 Northwest 16th Street, owner IAG Foundation Inc., case number BE 24040187, notice posted at property on 12/5/24, posted at 1 East Road Boulevard, 11425. This case was first heard on 9/24/24 to comply by 1/28/25. One section at $50 per day, order recorded, not complied.
My turn?
No.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of the city, case number and address as read. Case is not in compliance. City is requesting for the case to come back as a messy.
Now it's your turn.
My turn. This has been a nightmare of I have a few houses that since the hurricane, I've been in litigation with Lloyd's of London under my commercial policy. All the properties are owned by nonprofit and we're L21. It's all low-income housing that have to be verified. I've been in litigation for the last 6 years, since 2018, after the 2017 storm. The house was leaking, tarped it multiple times. If you look at the aerials, you'll probably see it. I went broke tarping the property, putting money out of my own pocket. I'm still in litigation with it. It got to the point where it started getting black mold inside. People started breaking in. There's multiple police reports where I had to call on people, neighbors called on people. There were young girls getting trafficked in and out of the house, and me as a dad myself, I had to stop that. So I went in, and in addition to the black mold, I don't want anybody getting sick. I'm in the business. I'm in the construction and restoration business, which, like they say, your house is the worst. But I'm fighting with the insurance, and there's nothing I can do about it. They won't let me do anything because I'll prejudice their inspections and their findings. So eventually got to the point where I just decided to demo all the walls inside the black mold. We tore off everything, boarded it up. Mr. Jorge did show up the day when we were boarding. We didn't board up yet. We were still tearing out everything and trying to secure it as best as we can. And it got red tagged for remodeling, which we didn't get that far yet because I can't remodel it until I get the settlement with the insurance. I tore it out, yeah, I had to. If I hired a remediation company, they would have hit me. They wouldn't have gotten any money from the insurance. So the remediation bills were like 50 grand. So we got my guys to go in. I'm in the business also. Yeah, I got adjusters, I got lawyers. It's Lloyd's of London. It's a $2 million claim. And they're the big dogs, and I'm the little fish, and they drag us out. They're bleeding me out. It's the point where, I have another 2 properties on Sunrise Boulevard, the same thing. You guys got like 150 grand in fines on it because I can't do anything with it. My hands are really tied. I'm about to lose all these properties because of Lloyd's of London. And if I go to state court, I'm dead. So thank God it's at least in local. But that's where I'm at. If I get money from them and I can get some sort of reasonable settlement, then I can start the permit process of rebuilding. But as of right now, I can't do anything. I secured it. Nobody's breaking in.
Are they denying the claim for equipment?
No, they partially paid already, but they're trying to say seepage is... Oh, yeah, we got 60 grand back in 2019, but that barely did anything. That was just mitigation, recoup. Apply for demo? Demo?
I'm sorry. If you apply for the permits, you buy the time.
Okay. I have to get engineering reports.
You need to, yeah, it's been a while. You need to get this part of it needs to get going. That's apply for the permits.
George, okay, I understand.
Have you been speaking with the inspector?
I spoke to him today. I spoke to him the day of. I really haven't spoke to him since because I can't do anything until I get some...
But you can, as the owner, you can apply for the permits. I understand that you haven't got the claim resolved
I have
yet.
to rebuild the house, so I have to pay like an engineer thousands of dollars to rebuild something that I don't know if it's even gonna get approved. It's gonna cost me 10 grand to get started, and what if it's 3 years down the line?
Then why don't you sell it?
I'm getting to that point. It's like I'm
it's
fighting
land
a losing,
value.
but I'm going to lose out on.
Inspector, what's your recommendation?
At this point, I don't know because he's saying that he's not going to get the permits.
Well, I'll get. Okay.
That's what this part is about.
Okay. So file a permit for roofing, electrical, plumbing, rebuilding the house. I don't even know how it's going to be designed or anything.
Discuss it with him.
Okay. We
Get
can
the
discuss
permit
it and
process
find
started.
some sort of.
Okay, I move for a 56-day extension.
I'll second that.
And communicate with them. And
Yeah. Oh, I will keep in contact.
Show the progress. We understand
I
the
will.
issue, but our problem is what we have in front of us, which
Well,
is the
and
permit.
the other thing
There's no
is, if
excuse
it's a non-for-profit, you need to look at your books, you need to look at all the properties, and maybe sell one to fix the others.
At my attorney's direction, don't prejudice yourself and give them a reason to throw it out and screw them and mess myself up.
Yeah,
So
we're not into being an attorney or.
I know,
Yes.
and it's
We ain't no attorneys. We
it's-
can't give legal advice.
No, I know you can. And again,
Okay,
it's
do I, is there a motion?
Yes. Motion and second.
And a second, all agree, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
5-6.
It passes,
6
you get
days.
56 days.
Thank you.
Keep it going.
Thank
Move it. Move it forward.
No problem.
I'm sorry, who made that motion?
I did. Oh, I second.
And, okay. Okay.
Turn them and burn them.
What about the ones that they didn't show? Don't we have to?
Yeah, we gotta do it now.
Oh, okay.
Inspector Andrew Gebbia, page 1, property address 900 Northeast 16th Street, owner JBSFL Investments LLC, Case number BE 23080317. Notice posted at the property on 12/12/24, posted at 1 East Broward Boulevard, 11425.
Andrew Gebbia, Building Inspector for the city, presenting case and address as read. This violation was created by an inspector who no longer works in this division. This property was cited for 2 violations. Violation number 1, FBC 2020-111.1.1. Triplex was subdivided and additional units created without obtaining a certificate of use. Violation 2, FBC 2020-105.1. This building has been illegally altered and construction work illegally performed without obtaining the required permits in the following manner, but not limited to subdivision of existing units and installation of new kitchens. I have spoke to the owner, Juan Bello. He informed me that his contractor did not fill his agreement, stole money from him, and now he's working with a new contractor, and he is currently drawing up. Actually, his plans are drawn up. They're submitting them to the city to legalize the 3-unit triplex. The city is requesting the Code Enforcement Board to find that the violations exist and to grant the property owner 56 days to come into compliance or a $50 a day thereafter.
Excuse me. So when did you talk to this guy?
Last week. He's no longer in the country right now. He's on vacation. He's away visiting family.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I need a motion.
I move that we find for the city and the violation exists as alleged that we could order the property owner to come into compliance by 3/25, or a fine of $50 per day per violation would be imposed and recorded.
Second.
I have I'll say positive.
Oh,
yes.
That's
I'll say that.
Get it together, girl. Come on.
I can say anything I want now.
You gotta read these
Anybody
facts.
opposed?
Nope.
It passes. 56 days.
Property address 1410, Inspector Preston Mark. Property address 1410 Northwest 19th Ave. Case number BE 24040211. Owner Josie Villiard and Leonard Theodore. Notice posted at property on 12/5/24. Posted at 1 East Broward Boulevard, 11425. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Get you in the bathroom.
Preston Mark, Building Inspector of the city, presenting case and address as read. This case was originally handled by Inspector Del Rio, who is no longer with the city. The property was cited for violation FBC 2023-105.1, work illegally performed without obtaining the required permits in the following manner, but not limited to kitchen renovation, including the replacement of plumbing fixtures in the bathroom and kitchen. The case was opened 4/30/24. Inspection report mailed 5/02/24. Final notice mailed 7/23/24. And court board notice mailed 10/01/24. During a site visit, Inspector Del Rio visually observed that this property was vacant, but it was also listed for sale. The property was renovated, including the kitchen and bathroom. When he checked permit history, he found that there were no permits pulled for this work. I recently spoke with the owners, Josie Villard and Leonard Theodore, property owners, who indicated that the home, while under sale, was vandalized, severely vandalized, and they're in the process of getting permits to correct the issues and also comply with the violations. The city is requesting that the board find the violations exist and grant the property owner 56 days to come in compliance or a fine of $50 a day thereafter.
I have a question. So I thought I heard you say this case was opened on 4/30/24?
Yes, that's the date I have.
And we're just now getting to it now 8 months later?
Yeah, they probably promised him they were
It went through a number of extensions, I believe.
We don't have any.
This is new business. It's new business.
No extensions now.
All right, I have a motion.
I need a motion, please.
I move that we find for the city the violations exist as alleged, that we order the property owners to come into compliance by 3/25, or a fine of $50 per day per violation will be imposed and recorded.
Second.
I have a second. All agree, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? No, it passes.
Senior Inspector Alexander Borez at the bottom of page 1. Property address 6500 Northeast 21st Ave. Case number BE 24010123. Owner Jane Barbara Boring Revocable Trust. Notice posted at the property on 12/11/24. Notice posted at 1 East Broad Boulevard, 11425.
Alexander Alvarez, Building Inspector for the city, presenting case number and address as read. The property was cited for violation of Florida Building Code 2023, Section 105.1, work without permits, including but not limited to demolition of a portion of the ground floor slab adjacent to main entry door. As of January 24, 2025, no permit have been applied to address this issue. Case was opened January 24, 2024. Inspection report mailed to the property owner January 29, 2024. Final notice mailed March 13, 2024. We're asking the board to find the violation exists and grant the property owner 56 days to come into compliance or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
I move that we find for the city and the violation exists as alleged, and that we order the property owner to come into compliance by March 25th, 2025, or a fine of $50 per day per violation would be imposed and recorded.
Second.
All agree, say aye.
Aye.
Nobody opposes? No one say anything? It passes 56 days.
Okay, moving on to page 3. Property address 5921. We did that one, right? No? No, we did not? Okay.
No, we did.
Property address 5921 Northeast 15th Ave, case number BE 24050045. Owner Karina A. Monasterio. Notice posted at the property on 12/11/24, posted at 1 East Broad Boulevard, 11425.
Alexander Alvarez, Building Inspector for the city, presenting case number and address as read. The property was cited for violation of Florida Building Code 2023, Section 105.1, work without permit for one exterior door at the north side of the property and kitchen sink fixture replacement. Records show that window and door permit BLD-WIN-24060092 was issued and complete. This permit application does not include the exterior door that this case was cited for. The case was opened May 8, 2024. Inspection report mailed to the property owner July 17, 2024. Final note. We're asking the board to find the violation exists and grant the property owner 56 days to come into compliance or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
Just keep on rolling. 56 days.
I have a motion.
I move that we find for the city and the violation exists as alleged, that we order the property owner to come into compliance by 3/25 or a fine of $50 per day per violation would be imposed and recorded.
Second.
All agree, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? No. Passes 56 days.
Who seconded that? Terry.
Terry.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Our next case is also on page 3. Property address 745 Northwest 7 Terrace. Owner C&B 745 Northwest 7 Terrace LLC. Case number BE 24060163. Notice posted at the property on 12/5/24. Posted at 1 East Broad Boulevard, 11425.
Alexander Alvarez, Building Inspector for the city, presenting case number and address as read. The property was cited for violation of Florida Building Code 2023, Section 105.1, work without permits for hydraulic car lift installed and CMU partition block partially demolished and cast in place, header and columns installed or poured in place. The hydraulic cart lift has been removed, and there's a permit application currently in review for the demolition of the partition. The case was opened on June 18, 2024. Inspection report mailed to the property owner June 25, 2024. Final notice mailed 9/5/2024. We're asking the board to find the violation exists and grant the property owner 56 days to come into compliance or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
It's commercial property?
Yes.
Yes.
Not $100 a day, okay. I move that we find for the city the violation exists as alleged, that we order the property owner to come into compliance by 3/25 or amount a fine of $50 per day per violation would be imposed and recorded.
Second.
All agree, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Passes.
Thank you.
Page 4, Senior Inspector Jose Satagusti, property address 1324 Northwest 5th Ave, case number BE 2406-0063, owner Sinaran Ishwar Jr., I think. Notice posted at the property on 12/5/24, posted at 1 East Broad Boulevard, 11425.
Inspector Saragusti, on behalf of the city, presenting the case as read. I received this case from email regarding the property for covered patio with trellis and new AC. This property has been cited by Florida Building Code 2023 under Section 105.1 for work without permit. This case was opened June 11, 2024. Inspection report was mailed on June 18, 2024. Final notice was made on September 6, 2024. Notice of hearing was made on October 18, 2024. No contact with the property owner and no process in the city regarding this property. We are asking the board to find the violation exists to grant the property owner 56 days to come in compliance or $50 or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
Motion, I move that we find for the city the violation exists as alleged, that we order the property owner to come into compliance by 3/25 or a fine of $50 per day per violation would be imposed and recorded.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All agree, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? No, passes. Terry, second.
Thank you. Page 5, property address 3410 Southwest 16th.
There is another case in page 4 on the bottom.
245?
245 Southwest.
I wrote it in the wrong spot. Okay, you're right. Property address 245 Southwest 20th Street. Owner Croissant 245 LLC. Case number BE 2407-0159. Notice posted at the property on 12/3/24. Posted at 1 East Broad Boulevard, 11425.
Inspector Saragusti, on behalf of the city, presenting the case as read. I received this case from email regarding this property for complete renovation with windows and doors, shed, and efficiency. This property has been cited under Florida Building Code 2023, Section 105.1 for work without permit. This case was opened in July 15, 2024. Inspection report was mailed on July 17, 2024. Final notice was mailed on August 22, 2024. Notice of hearing was made on September 27, 2024. No application in process, and I received a contact from the attorney regarding this property. We are asking the board to find the violation exists to grant the property owner 56 days to come in compliance or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
I have a question. What is MEP?
Mechanical, electrical, plumbing.
Okay.
I have a motion.
Come on. I move that we find for the city the violation exists as alleged and that we order the property owner to come in compliance by 3/25 or a fine of $50 per day per violation will be imposed and recorded.
Second.
All agree, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Passes 56. And Justin, do the second.
Page 5.
Page 5.
Yes.
Property address 3410 Southwest 16th Street. Case number BE 2407-0170. Owner Antonio Lucara Keenan, homestead exempted. Francis Keenan Jr. Notice posted at the property on 12/3/24. Posted at 1 East Broad Boulevard, 11425.
Inspector Saragusti, on behalf of the city, presenting the case as read. I received this case from email regarding the property for garage conversion and a new driveway. This property has been cited under Florida Building Code 2023 under Section 105 for work without permit. The case was opened on July 15, 2024. Inspection report was made on July 17, 2024. And final notice was mailed on September 26, 2024. Notice of hearing was made on October 28, 2024. There is not any permit in process and no contact with the property owner. We are asking the board to find the violation exists to grant the property owner 56 days to come in compliance or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
I need a motion.
I'll move that we find for the city and the violation exists as alleged, and that we order the property owners to come into compliance by March 25th, 2025, or a fine of $50 per day per violation will be imposed and recorded.
Second.
Fast line freezing.
All agree, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? No, it passes.
Page 6 on the bottom.
Really? Okay. Really? I made one mistake. Page 6 at the bottom, property address
I help you.
1616 Northeast 16th Ave, case number BE 24080079, owner Coda Perry Realty LLC. Notice posted at the property on 12/11/24. Notice posted at 1 East Broad Boulevard, 11425.
Inspector Saragusti, on behalf of the city, presenting the case as read. I received this case from an email regarding the property for renovation, including kitchen, new electrical panel, new AC, a conditioning system. The property has been cited under Florida Building Code 2023 under Section 105.1 for work without permit. The case was opened on August 7, 2024. Inspection report was mailed on August 9, 2024. Final notice was mailed on September 13, 2024. Notice of hearing was made on October 14, 2024. There is a permit awaiting reply since December 2024. And we're asking the board to find the violation exists to grant the property owner 56 days to come in compliance or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
I move that we find for the city the violations exist as alleged, that we order the property owner to come into compliance by 3/25 or a fine of $50 per day per violation would be imposed and recorded.
Second.
All agree, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Nope, passes 56.
Page 7 at the top, property address 1901 Northeast 17th Terrace, case number BE 24080103, owner Timothy Barnes, homestead exempted, Nasser Jassim Al Thani. Notice posted at the property on 12/11/24, posted at Waynesboro Boulevard, 11425.
Inspector Saragusti, on behalf of the city, presenting the case as read. I received this case from email regarding the property for a PVC fence and aluminum shed structure and also tree removal. This property has been cited under Florida Building Code 2023 under Section 105.1 for work without permit. Also, the city ordinance Section 47-21.15.a for tree removal without permit. The case was opened on August 9, 2024. Inspection report was mailed on August 9, 2024. Final notice was mailed on September 12, 2024. In notice of hearing was mailed on October 14, 2024. There are permitting process. We are asking the board to find the violation exists to grant the property owner 56 days to come in compliance or $50 per day thereafter.
I move that we find for the city the violation exists as alleged, that we order the property owners to come into compliance by 3/25 or a fine of $50 per day for violation would be imposed and recorded.
Second.
Did they remove all the trees?
One tree.
Just one tree, the one in the front?
In the front.
Yep.
All agree, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? No, it passes.
Tree looked
The
dead.
other thing is, it's like that other house, too much concrete.
Yeah, absolutely.
Senior
Thank
Inspector
you.
Jorge Martinez on page 8, property address 1333 Northeast 1st Ave, case number BE 24070060, owner Jonathan Edward Breitz. Notice posted at the property on 12/11/24, posted at 1 East Broad Boulevard, 11425.
Just pick one.
What happened?
She just said big.
He's got the next one too. He's got the next one too. He's got both of them.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of the city, presenting case as read. This building has been illegally altered and construction work illegally performed without obtaining the required permits in the following manner, but not limited to driveway. I reviewed the case on 1/17/2025, at which time I verified the violation remains. The city will request 56 days to comply or a fine of $50 a day thereafter.
I move that we find for the city and the violation exists as alleged, and that we order the property owner to come into compliance by March 25th, 2025, or a fine of $50 per day per violation will be imposed and recorded.
Second.
All agree, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? No. Passes 56.
Page-
There's enough here.
Yeah, there's enough here, yeah.
Page 8, property address 1401 Southwest 20th Street. Owner Miguel Maria. Case number BE 24070249. Notice posted at the property on 12/4/24. Posted at 1 East Broad Boulevard, 11425.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of the city, presenting case as read. This building has been illegally altered and construction work illegally performed without obtaining the required permits in the following manner, but not limited to kitchen and bathroom remodel and a new mini-split unit. I reviewed the case on 1/7/2025, at which time I verified that violation remains. The city will request 56 days to comply or a fine of $50 a day thereafter.
I need a motion.
I move that we find for the city and the violation exists as alleged, and that we order the property owners to come into compliance by March 25th, 2025, or a fine of $50 per day per violation will be imposed and recorded.
Second.
All agree, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Passes 56.
Moving on to page 10, property address 707 Northeast 15th Street. Case number BE 24040200. Owner Hyman Emmerman. Homestead exempted Jose Francisco Emmerman. Notice posted at the property on 12/12/24. Posted at 1 East Broad Boulevard, 11425.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of the city, presenting case as read. This building has been illegally altered and construction work illegally performed without obtaining the required permits in the following manner, but not limited to new windows and doors. I reviewed the case on 1/8/2025, at which time I verified the violation remains. The city will request 56 days to comply or a fine of $50 a day thereafter.
I move that we find for the city the violation exists as alleged, and that we order the property owner to come into compliance by 3/25, or an amount of $50 per day per violation would be imposed and recorded.
Second.
They were here and left.
All agree, say aye. Anybody opposed? No. Passes. Two more.
Page 11, property address. Yeah, we did the one at top, right? Yeah. Property address 5403 Northeast 22nd Terrace. Yeah, page 11 at the bottom.
I think we called them and then didn't do it.
Yeah.
Oh, but they left.
They left.
They left. Okay, yes. Thank you. Property address 1700 Northeast 57th Street. Case number BE 24060003. Owner Hilda E. Iglesias Gonzalez. Notice posted at the property on 12/11/24. Posted at 1 East Broad Boulevard, 11425.
What page is this?
11.
Yeah,
We need a motion.
they were here and left.
Just pick one.
Go ahead. Oh, wait. Oh, you got a
Speed read.
I was just trying to jump.
Tiki Hut. I think I'd go back to the Indians. Here's a Tiki Hut. I'd go back to the Indians and say, hey,
People
you got
reporting all of this
flags.
stuff.
No, I'm serious. And it was on over the property.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of the city, presenting case as read. This building has been illegally altered and construction work illegally performed without obtaining the required permits in the following manner, but not limited to a new fence. I reviewed the case on 1/17/2025, at which time I verified the violation remains. The city will request 56 days to comply or a fine of $50 a day thereafter.
I move that we find for the city and the violation exists as alleged, and that we order the property owners to come into compliance by March 25th, 2025, or a fine of $50 per day per violation will be imposed and recorded.
Second.
All agree, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No, passes.
Is that the same place? You're getting faster with this.
That was the fence, that was this.
Yeah, wait till next, wait till March.
This is right next door to the other place.
Property address 5403 Northeast 22nd Terrace. Owner David Netovich. Case number BE 2406-0015. Notice posted at the property on 12/9/24. Posted at 1 Eastboro Boulevard, 11425.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of the city, presenting case as read. This building has been illegally altered and construction work illegally performed without obtaining the required permits in the following manner, but not limited to: complete alteration, including electrical, mechanical, structural, and plumbing. I reviewed the case on 1/17/2025, at which time I verified the violation remains. The city will request 56 days to comply or a fine of $50 a day thereafter.
I move that we find for the city the violation exists as alleged that we order the property owner to come into compliance by 3/25, or a fine of $50 per day per violation would be imposed and recorded.
Second.
All agree, say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? No. Wait till March.
Page 12.
Take a recess again?
Well, I don't know.
Are we what?
Page 12 at the top. And Andrew Gebbia, Inspector Andrew Gebbia, property address 2610 East Marina Bay Drive. Owner Falls at Marina Bay LP, case number BE 2402-0193. Notice posted at the property on 12/10/24. Posted at 1 Eastboro Boulevard, 11425. This case was first heard on 7/30/24 to comply by 9/24/24. One section at $100 per day. Order recorded, not complied. There is one extension noted.
Andrew Gebbia, building inspector for the city, presenting case and address as read. This violation was created by an inspector who no longer works in this division. This property was cited for violation under FBC 2020, 105.1, work illegally performed without obtaining the required permits in the following manner, but not limited to sliding glass door replacement. This case has not complied. No permit has been issued. No permit has been applied for, and I have made no contact with the owners of this unit
Have they
506.
rented it out?
Excuse me?
Have they rented it out? It's a rental complex.
I'm not sure of that one.
Fall out the window or the door?
The,
Sorry.
the city does not support any more extensions and is requesting for this case to come back as a Massey hearing to impose fines.
Have you had any contact with them?
None.
No, it's a.
No, you had no contact, but you got the case from somebody else?
Alex, yeah, from Inspector Del Rio.
Maria, and do we know if he had any contact? We don't know.
Not recently.
Don't worry about it. It's
Okay,
a corporation.
Okay, we'll get him next month.
Yeah.
No, it's
Massey.
It's a Massey.
Massey.
They'll be able to handle it.
Bye-bye.
Okay, it's a Massey.
Okay. Moving on to page 14. Property address 922 Northwest 4th Ave B. Owner 922 LLC. Case number BE 231-00156. Notice posted at the property on 12/5/24. Posted at 1 Eastboro Boulevard, 11425. This case was first heard on 3/26/24 to comply by 5/28/24. 14. Oh, Jose, I'm sorry. Thank you. I'm tired, I'm sorry. One section at $100 per day. Order recorded, not complied. There are two extensions noted.
Massey. Time for a Massey.
Inspector Saragusti, on behalf of the city, presenting the case as read. This case is not complied. There are permit issue already. The master is already issued. Electrical, mechanical, and plumbing, they are under revision in this moment. For that, I am requesting an extension, 56-day extension. And
I need a motion.
Can I ask the question?
No.
So,
it's a new owner in the property.
Of course.
okay, so it was first heard as
56-day extension.
okay.
Second. 52.
All agree, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Passes.
Comes back with the solar.
Matt?
No.
No.
56 days.
Extension.
Yes, he already have permit as new owner.
Carlos and Don, I think.
Yeah, sure. Chairwoman, you think?
What's that echo down there?
Page 15, Jose, you're up next. Okay. Property address 1820 Southwest 22nd Ave, owner Annalie M. Andrews, case number BE 231-00117. Notice posted at the property on 12/4/24, posted at 1 East Broad Boulevard, 11425. This case was first heard on 9/24/24 to comply by 12825. Two sections at $50 per day, order recorded, not complied.
Inspector Saragusti, on behalf of the city, presenting the case as read. This case is not complied. The city requesting the case returned as a Massey.
No questions. Bye-bye.
Move to Massey.
Second.
Okay.
No, we don't have to.
Yeah, you have to second.
Massey.
Oh, Massey?
Massey.
Oh, okay. Page 16, Senior Inspector Jorge Martinez, property address 2554 Will Harbor Lane, owner
Oh,
Peter
okay.
Michael
That's
Waldrop.
Saragusti. I'm
Case
sorry,
number
I was
BE.
grabbing it wrong.
I'm sorry?
No, I'm sorry.
Oh.
It was my mistake.
Case number BE 24030139. Notice posted at the property on 12/4/24, posted at 1 East Broad Boulevard, 11425. This case was first heard on 7/30/24 to comply by 9/24/24. One section at $50 per day, order recorded, not complied. There is one extension noted.
Just confirming, that's 2554.
Yes,
Okay.
2554.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of the city, case number not as read, this case is complied.
Complied.
Yes.
Oh, great.
Bye-bye.
Page 17.
Both of them?
Property address 1737 Northeast First Street. Owner Jeremy and Janin Webby, Edward P. Kimberly R. and Edward P. Jackson. Case number BE 230800288. Notice posted at the property on 12/11/24. Posted at 1 East Broad Boulevard on 11425. This case was first heard on 1/30/24 to comply by 3/26/24. One section at $50 per day, order recorded, not complied. There are four extensions noted.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of the city, case number not address as read, this case is also complied.
Well, you're on a roll. Moving on to page 18, property address 37 Castle Harbor Isle, case number BE 231-20111. Owner Judy Wade. Notice posted at the property on 12/11/24, posted at 1 East Broad Boulevard, 11425. This case was first heard on 5/28/24 to comply by 7/30/24. One section at $50 per day, order recorded, not complied. There are two extensions noted.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of the city, case number not as read, case is not in compliance. City is requesting for the case to come back as a Massey.
I don't know.
Did we do this one?
What was your opinion?
Move to a Massey.
Bye-bye.
Okay, we accept it.
Okay, moving on to page 20. Property address 1400 Riverland Road. Owner Indiana Perez. Case number BE 24020183. Notice posted at the property on 12/4/24. Posted at 1 East Broad Boulevard, 11425. This case was first heard on 9/24/24 to comply by 12825. One section at $50 per day, order recorded, not complied.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of the city, case number not as read, case is not in compliance. City is requesting 56-day extension.
Move to a 56-day extension.
Second.
I have a second. All agree, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? No. Alexander's second.
Okay. Page 20. Sorry, who made the motion? Please pay attention. Property address 1617 Southwest 5th Street. Case number BE 24040208. Owner Broward Luxury Properties LLC. Notice posted at the property on 12/4/24. Posted at 1 East Broad Boulevard, 11425. This case was first heard on 9/24/24 to comply by 12825. One section at $50 per day, order recorded, not complied.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of the city, case number not as read, case is not in compliance. City is requesting for the case to come back as a Massey.
agree.
Bye-bye. Bessie.
2325 Northeast 8th Street, owner Ted Dowding, case number BE 24040108. Notice posted at the property on 12/11/24, posted at 1 East Broad Boulevard, 11425. This case was first heard on 9/24/24 to comply by 12825. One section at $50 per day, order recorded, not complied. Moving on to page 21, property address. Oh,
What
sorry.
happened?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You got a date? Got lunch. She's cold, that's why. She's cold. Freezing.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of the city, case number and address as read. Case is not in compliance. City is requesting for the case to come back as a Massey.
Bye.
Okay, we agree.
Move to Massey.
We totally agree.
Property address 2441 Northeast 26th Ave, owner Andrea Fisher, case number BE 24020181. Notice posted at the property on 12/11/24, posted at 1 East Broad Boulevard, 11425. This case was first heard on 9/24/24 to comply by 12825. One section at $50 per day, order recorded, not complied.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of the city, case number and address as read. This case is complied.
Yay! Okay, moving on to page 22, Senior Inspector Alexander Borges, property
These are all
address
Massey's.
403 Southwest 17th Street, owner Trista Boyenga, case number BE 23080336. Notice posted at the property on 12/4/24, posted at 1 East Broad Boulevard on 11425. This case was first heard on 3/26/24 to comply by 5/28/24. One section at $50 per day, order recorded, not complied. The city is requesting to impose fines of $6,250, which continues to accrue. There are 2 extensions noted.
Alexander Alvarez, Building Inspector for the city, updated you on case number and address as read. Case is not complied.
Has there been any activity, any response from the owner? I mean, here's the thing here. Even though this lady's not here, I just don't want to slam her with $6,000 without getting a little bit of a background.
There's a permit.
No, it is
No,
Massey.
it's fine.
We're supposed to impose fines, guys.
There's an incomplete permit application that was submitted on December 24. It's awaiting client reply as of December 24.
December 24th?
Has she been in contact with you at all?
Nope.
Impose the fines.
Impose the fines.
What our problem is.
Well, I mean, okay, there's been no contact from this person at all through this whole
Is it the house
process.
in the corner? No, the house in the corner.
This case
House
was
in the corner,
from a
it should
different
be
inspector. I have had no communication with them.
Okay.
Yeah, but didn't it sell more than 5 times?
We've heard it.
That's where it's flooded.
We've heard it here. We've heard it here. So, I mean, we can't go back on the records. Do we know if there's been contact from the last officer?
Yeah, well, we had a permit application that was submitted.
That
That's the
corner
only
floods, you guys, and this used to be, they had rehab in there.
Yeah.
Then they had rental, and now it's resold again.
Of course.
That's on the corner, right?
Yeah.
4th and 17th?
Those duplex,
Okay.
those
All right.
townhouses.
The lady hasn't been here at all,
No.
correct?
And it's got a new one. So we're going to hear from the new woman when they come back here.
Massey.
No, it
This
isn't.
isn't
Massey,
a
guys.
This is
The motion is two. A, extend, or 2, impose fines.
If we impose the fines, they have another 56 days to come back, correct?
They have until they fix it.
No, continues to.
This is a Massey hearing, so the fines would be imposed as of today.
Right.
For a respondent who has not bothered to come, who has not bothered to move forward the application since December
In other words, she
24th,
brought in an
and was
investment
duly
and that's
noticed
like-
today for a hearing to impose fines.
A motion to impose and continue and accrue.
Second.
I move that we find that violation was not complied with by the date ordered, and therefore we impose the fine of $2,250. Top one? Sorry, $6,250.
That's to impose fines.
For section violation, for a violation as stated in the first order.
A second.
And they continue to accrue.
It doesn't say that.
Doesn't say that.
May continue to accrue.
And I have a second?
Did you impose them?
And the second is?
Second.
Terry.
Terry, second. All agree, say aye.
Aye.
Got another shot to come in.
No, she bought it probably as an investment, guys.
Well,
It's
she-
a
bad
horrible
investment.
As
property.
Rhonda said, she can,
Senior,
That's right.
right.
It's just motivates.
Well, yeah, right, it's not 56.
Senior Inspector Preston Mark, property address 720 Southeast 15th Street, case number BE 221-00008. Owner Frank Parator. Notice posted at the property on 12/10/24. Posted at 1 Eastborough Boulevard, 11425. This case was first heard on 7/25/23 to comply by 10/24/23. One section at the $50 per day, order recorded, not complied. The city is requesting to impose fines of $6,300, which continues to accrue.
This is going to be solved.
Preston Mark, Building Inspector, presenting for the city, case and address as read. This case is not in compliance. I spoke with the owner, Mr. Palator, and he indicated that he was denied variance at the Board of Adjustments. He will continue to process the permits he has with the city. At this point, the city does not support any further extensions and is requesting that the fines be imposed.
We agree.
Oh, and has this guy been making an honest effort to either get a variance or come into compliance?
He did go to the adjustment board and he was denied.
Okay, so he wasn't blowing us off, or, because again here, I just want to, before I slam someone with a $6,000 fine, I want to make sure they're truly deserving of it. Since we're a very gracious board and very
It
forgiving.
needs a CO for this.
Yeah, but we also have to impose fines so it has a consequence for people that just decide not to show up to the meetings.
That's true.
All right. I'll propose another. I move that we find that the violations were not complied with by the date ordered, and therefore we imposed a fine of $6,300 for violation as stated in the first order.
Second.
What else can you do?
Thank you.
I mean, this is commercial. We've divided the property.
We're getting close.
Is on page 24 at the bottom, Senior Inspector Jose Saragusti, property address 2325 Northwest 15th Court.
This is it.
Case number BE 2303-0256. Owner Dario Umberto Casillo and Fabiana Guzman. Notice posted at the property on 12/5/24. Posted at 1 Eastborough Boulevard on 11425. This case was first heard on 11/28/23. To comply by 1/30/24. One section at $50 per day. Order recorded, not complied. The city is requesting to impose fines of $6,300, which continues to accrue. There are 4 extensions noted.
Saragusti.
No permit application?
Which ones are we looking at?
No permit application?
Okay, I guess it's impose fines or extend.
Hold on, so there was no permit applications, no effort, nothing?
All this about a wood fence?
Yeah. Trying to figure out here if the,
It's a lot of money for a fence.
It's also been a year.
But what, he doesn't respond, he doesn't...
No, I will do the case anyway. If you want, it's no problem.
Sell the property. We'll see.
Inspector Saragusti, on behalf of the city, presenting the case as read. This case is not compliant. He put this for a fence installation, good fence. He applied for a permit after several months. The permit was void. No more contact with him. We gave him 4 extensions, but we cannot
That or he's sick.
Can I change the,
have the permit issue.
can I
Okay.
change the fine, the amount of the fine?
No.
That's an, ask the
No,
attorney.
we can impose and he can apply for the reduction.
Well, can I just ask a question? So, can I just ask a question first? So this is now, it's going to Massey.
It is massive.
It's not.
I mean, okay. And
We need to impose a fine. After
Or
that, when
extend it.
he have the permit, apply for the fine reduction.
Or are you going to find reduction?
Did the amount of the
It's been
fine?
a year.
Do we know the amount of the fine reduction? Because that's internal. So are you trying to reduce it even further? Is that the question?
I
think we ought to check it out.
$1,000, it's only a wooden fence. I agree that
I
he
mean,
hasn't
you
complied the whole
can,
year.
you can.
So my thinking is to fine him $1,000, at least not exceed the cost of the fence.
As far as I know, you can.
So no, you cannot reduce a fine while there's no compliance. You would have to, the board would have to amend the order.
Without compliance? I'm sorry?
There's no compliance. Correct. There's
So
no,
how did, okay,
the board would have to go back and amend the order that imposed the violation to correct the daily fine, and then that would therefore reduce this fine.
Okay.
But the city would object to that because, again, for extensions, this is typically a walkthrough permit, or if you have all your ducks in a row. Again, the property owner is not here. The property owner was noticed that it was a hearing to impose fines. And again, as the inspector has testified, it is, they tried to help him. The permit application was voided due to lack of activity. And I agree that it's a lot for a fence. It is. But it's also ridiculous that we've had 5 hearings for a fence.
Yeah, I'm with you. I didn't think it was fair to impose such a large fine for a simple item, a simple permit, but I agree, it's been wasted our time.
But can I just clarify? I thought someone said that the fine was lowered.
No. Well, Bill, what was your initial?
I wanted to lower the fine to $1,000 for the simple, but it was just such a lot of money for a wood fence. They have not complied, they haven't showed up. And
So
they
as
also
soon as-
didn't, this is a whole year going on, so,
But as soon as they comply, then you can lower the price.
yeah.
Well, they would go to they'd go to lien reduction like everybody else in it. Right now, lien amnesty, if they come into compliance and we're still under the lien amnesty program.
So it sounds like we can't do it, okay.
Well, like I said, I believe you can. You would have to amend the original order that found the violation, adjust that daily fine, and then staff would have to recalculate the amount of the fine, which again would continue to accrue on a daily.
So I wanted to.
Make the motion.
Didn't we have an issue that the state verified that we had to have a minimum of $50 per day, and we couldn't lower that?
That's what the inspectors have said, that the building code suggests that. I don't think it's mandated, and the board has gone below
Yeah,
that.
it's
on
state
it.
certified. We can't.
We can't.
We did before. We can't do it anymore.
The minimum is 50.
Correct.
You could.
All right, then I move that we find the violation was not complied with the time ordered, and therefore we impose a fine of $6,300, was it?
Yeah.
For violation as stated in the first order. God bless it.
And continue
Second.
to.
Yeah, it doesn't say that, but does it continue to accrue if we impose the fine? Got it. Yeah. I'm still learning.
Terry seconded it.
That's why you're fired.
That's it.
We have one more case on page 25, 5321 North 21 Terrace, 5028. Owner Jeffrey Kubota, case number BE23080395. Notice posted at the property on 12/11/24. Posted at 1 Front Woodward, 1/14/25. This case was first heard on 11/28/23 to comply with one section at $50 per day. Order recorded, not complied. The city is requesting to impose fines of $3,100, which continues to accrue, and there are 3 extensions noted.
Inspector Saragusti, on behalf of the city, presenting the case as read. This case is not compliant. There are permit in review in process. For that, the city is requesting 56-day extension and stop the fines.
Have you spoken to him? Have you spoken to him?
Because he got a
Yeah,
permit.
they're-
Yes, he will
Their
have.
reports are in compliance. They're working on the reports. Yeah. So I need an extension.
I move for a 56-day extension and to stop the fines.
Second.
All agree, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? You gotta do this.
Thank you, Board.
Business.
Okay, at this time, we would like to have all the cases that are listed on page 26 into the record as closed or withdrawn.
I need a motion.
I move that we
Take all of those.
take all the cases on page 26
Into the record
into the record
as closed or withdrawn.
as closed and withdrawn. Thank you.
Second.
I needed that help.
You don't have to do that anymore.
And we have minutes from September 24, 2024.
I move to approve the minutes. Second.
All agree, say aye.
Aye.
We'll be done.
And we have a lot of business to take care of.
Yeah.
They've already agreed.
Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to our Madam Chairwoman, Chris. Thank you for your service. And we have to say goodbye to William Marks. Thank you for your service.
Yeah. I was a boy when I started.
You still are.
And we also today have to elect a new chairperson.
I nominate Terry Nolan as president of the Code Enforcement Board.
Second.
Chairperson.
Chairperson.
And who's the second?
Chairperson.
Who's the vice?
Well, let's.
Well, we have to do one at a time.
Throw your name in.
No, yeah,
What's your name?
yeah.
Carlos.
I agree.
Have to vote. They have to vote.
We can't vote. Bill and I can't vote.
Yeah, we can.
Oh yeah, you and Bill can't vote. Oh, okay. But Terry can't vote, obviously. But Justin,
Yes.
August, and that's it. Yeah.
Oh, and so what's the nominations? Terry and Carlos?
We're doing the chair first.
Okay, so who's
And then the vice.
Vice chair.
Oh, wait.
So Terry's chairperson. That's official.
gotcha?
So
Okay.
take over,
So
Chair.
now we need a nomination for vice chair.
Take over, Terry.
I'll throw my hat in the ring for vice chair.
Oh, okay. That's done.
Second.
Don is nominating himself. Yeah, and then Terry seconded.
Can I nominate?
Nope.
No, unfortunately, Bill.
You're fired.
Bill,
Vote.
we're not
We need
here.
a vote.
Yeah, all in favor? Of,
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. So Terry Nolan, our new chairperson, and Don Kearney, our new vice chairperson.
Guess
One,
what?
one moment. Yes.
In March, it's going to be very busy.
I know.
You know, it looks like
Terry.
sells the house.
And is there any other business for the city before we conclude?
Do we get lunch?
No.
Do we get lunch? What if not? What if
Well,
not?
you can go to lunch now.
Before you leave, hold on.
Hold on.
Thank you and welcome. Welcome, August. Thank you. This concludes our January 28, 2025 Code Enforcement Board hearing. Thank you.